Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. David Chun, would you please call Sherry in the tower, please? David Chun, would you please call Sherry in the tower, please? Thank you so much. Attention in the pits, the new, or the updated, it's not new, but it's updated. The updated groupings, assignments are about to head down out of the tower to the back of the booster shed. The updated group assignments are about to head down from the tower to the booster shed. We're going to post them over there. We need you to verify that your name is on there the correct amount of times. If you're double entered, you'll be in group red and group blue. If you're single entered, you've been randomly assigned to one of the groups, and we just went back and forth to try to keep the fields as even as possible. So you need to go check and make sure you see your name the right amount of times. If you're doubled, you'll see your name in the red group and the blue group. If you're single entered, you'll see it in one of the groups. If you don't see your name, or you don't see it enough times, come see us in the tower and we'll get it situated. Okay, so the non-electronics groupings have been posted. The non-electronics groupings have been posted. Please go check and make sure you're on there, and we will also take you to the lanes. Your lane assignments are as follows. Non-electronics blue to 10, 11, and 12, and non-electronics blue to 10, 11, and 12. We only are going to take blue at this time. Red will come down the order just a little bit. So check your name over there. If you are in non-electronics blue, we will take you to 10, 11, and 12 at this time. Once again, the non-electronics groupings, current as of this minute, have been posted behind the booster shack. If you're in non-electronics, especially if you entered last night online or this morning, you're going to want to check that out and make sure that you know which group you're in. And if you're in non-electronics blue, then we will take you to lanes 10, 11, and 12. Once again, if you're double entered, you'll be in each group, and you'll run with blue and you'll run with red. You would not have to run yourself until the final if that's the case. If you're single entered, you were randomly assigned a group and we just went on the order that you entered, and we just went red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue. So if you're single entered, look at both lists until you find your name. That's your group. You will run with those groups all day. If you buy back in, you buy back into the same group. If you drop your blue entry, you only come back in red and vice versa. So go check out your grouping assignment. The lane assignments are also posted over there. once again, non-electronics groupings have been posted. We are almost finished with the electronics, but non-electronics have been posted. And if you're in non-electronics blue, we take you to 10, 11, and 12, and we'll get these time runs going here. we had a couple questions. I know this format's a little bit different. If you have an entry, a single entry in electronics and a single entry in non-electronics, that is not a double entry. That's two singles. Double entry is two entries in electronics or two entries in non-electronics. You are allowed to double each class if you want, and you have a car that can meet the rules in each class. So if you wanted, you could have up to 4 entries today, 2 in electronics, 2 in non-electronics. Once again, I just want to make sure if anybody wanted to double enter and they thought that that meant they could have 1 in each side, that's just 2 single entries. If you want to have 2 entries in electronics and 2 entries in non-electronics, you can do that. Or if you just want 2 in electronics, you just want 2 in non-electronics, whatever you want to do. But 1 entry in electronics and 1 entry in non-electronics is not a double entry. That's 2 single entries. So just wanted to make sure that was clear in case there was anybody who wanted to double that thought they were doubled but isn't. Kevin and James Heffington to the tower, please. Kevin and James Heffington to the tower, please. Kevin and James Heffington, we need you in the tower, please. Thank you. Electronics, your grouping is also posted behind the booster shack. If you're in electronics, your grouping sheet is also pasted behind the booster shack. Once again, if you're double entered, you should see your name in the red group and the blue group. If you're single entered, you'll see your name in one of the groups. So make sure you look and see, make sure you find your name. If you're double entered, you should see it twice, and it should be 1 in each group. If you don't see your name as many times as you think you should, or you see some sort of error, let us know. We're trying to make sure this thing's dialed in for you guys as well. But that grouping has been posted as well. If you're double entered, you'll have 1 on each side, blue and red. If you're single entered, you are randomly assigned a group so that we could keep the fields even. And with that said, we would take electronics blue to 4 and 5. First call. You got some time here because we haven't started running non-electronics yet, but anybody in electronics blue, you'll be in 4 and 5, and we'll run you immediately after non-electronics blue. And non-electronics blue has been called to the lanes 10, 11, and 12. And yesterday's red and dead on bonus goes to Dean Tabert. Dean Tabert's your red and dead on. He's 5 red, dead 0. So Dean Tabert's your red dead on bonus winner. We got a gift certificate for you up here from Cramsey Innovations. Dean Tabert, red and dead on 0 bonus winner for yesterday's no box. We'll do that again today and again tomorrow on the no box side. Red light and closest to dead on your dial gets you a $100 gift certificate for an overthrow trans brake button from Cramsey Innovations. The overthrow button is the most advanced long throw button on the market, and it can delay reaction times up to 60 thousandths. Cramsey Innovations, awesome new product. Really happy to have Kyle supporting the event. He threatened to drive all the way out here and drive my car, but I don't think he could make it. But appreciate Cramsey Innovations and Dean Tabert, your red and dead on bonus winner from yesterday. When you get a chance, Dean, pop up here and we'll get you this certificate. Once again, electronics, your groupings have also been posted behind the booster shack. So if you're in electronics, get over there and make sure you know what your grouping is. You'll run with those groups all day. You'll buy back into the same group you lost out of. So make sure you are clear on your color assignment, and the lane assignments are the same all day. So that you'll use the same staging lanes if you're in blue and red, because we'll stagger them so you guys don't have to hot lap your cars in time runs or in the race. All non-electronics blue should be in lanes 10, 11, and 12 at this point. If you are not, you are late. And we have made an early call for electronics blue to 4 and 5, but you've still got a little bit of time here as we have not started running our non-electronics. Once again, if you did not see your name on the list or you didn't see where it's supposed to be, do not text me. I can't fix it with a text. You got to come see us in the tower. So if you don't see your name on the list where it's supposed to be, come see us in the tower so we can get it fixed for you. Once again, if you were in non-electronics blue, you are supposed to be in 10, 11, and 12. We're a couple cars short, but we're going to start running, so if you are in non-electronics blue, you should have already been in 10, 11, and 12. If you didn't see your name on the list, once again, you got to come see us so we can get it fixed. But we are a few cars short over there, so I know there's still some people waiting to come up to the lanes. And we're going to get things underway Saturday here at the second annual Summer Showdown, presented by Dave Barcelone's Trucktown. Time runs for non-electronics blue. Kenny O'Keefe sending it on down there, 754 on his first time run. Tammy Welty, right-hand side, and Brian Jenin in the Pontiac. Appreciate the Welty family. Brought a whole crew up from Southern Oregon. Have a lot of fun racing with those guys down in Coos Bay. Tammy clicks it off early and is pulling to the side. So they'll take a look down there, see what's going on with Tammy's ride. Hopefully nothing too serious.
short dry once there's a gate up.
Back underway here, Jed Biscay, Stephen Papa. Uncharacteristic 59 for Jed, but he'll get that dialed in today. David Chun with the bottom bulb dragster with the zoomies on it. And Ron Parks in the duster. Ron, one of our awesome tech staff out here at Woodburn Drag Strip. One heck of a foot breaker, too. No stranger to the winner circle here at Woodburn Drag Strip. Perennial Team Woodburn member out here in Division 6. And so John Floyd Jr. in the Duramax. That old truck has turned on a lot of wind lights, more wind lights than I've ever raced rounds. He gets busy in that old Chevy truck. And Jimmy Hereford, perennial heavy hitter in the sportsman ranks and the pro ranks out here on the West Coast. Been the representative in the sportsman class for Division 6 at the ET Finals in Las Vegas. Not someone to play around with. The Hereford clan had 4 of the final 8 cars last night. So Phil Lang had some issues yesterday. He's got that car up and running, new fuel pump in it, and driver not on file. Phil clicks at 73. Not a normal light for Phil Lang. As Kurt Landis comes up in the Chevelle, Maurice Castro. Maurice just dropped a 400 small block in that thing yesterday. Finished buttoning it up yesterday morning. Got out here and made it to the Gamblers. Getting that thing dialed in. Big thrash for Maurice. Nice to see him out here this weekend. So Kip Poole and Casey Allen. Kip in the square body, went some rounds yesterday. Casey wrecked shop in last night's practice tree race, got all the way down to the final. Had a lot of fun yesterday after the Gamblers and the practice tree race. Thanks to Rose City Garage Door. Little husband-wife time trial action here. Josh Welty in the left and Shelby in the right. A couple love trucks. Part of that Coos Bay clan that came up out of Southern Oregon. See those love trucks parked in the winter circle down there at Coos Bay almost every weekend. 90 and a 40 is probably not going to get it done today, but it's time trials and they'll get those things dialed in. Find their spot, come back around. Presenting sponsor, Dave Barcelone and the Trucktown Missile right-hand side. Really appreciate Dave Barcelone for the sponsorship and presentation. Also sponsoring the Racer Appreciation Dinner tonight. Chris Arnett in the left, and Dave is dialed in, 001. He's ready to go. Darwin LaFord in the Camaro, Justin Sibley in the shoebox. Darwin picked up a win up at PIR the other day. Sibley made it quite a few laps yesterday. Both a little early, but the cars are running good. They'll get that reaction time cleaned up. As Michael Pliska and Hayden Amborn, Michael Pliska in the Vega, called me yesterday, 12 minutes before the Gamblers started, and he was about 18 miles away. I said, Michael, you're not going to make it, buddy. I'm going to have to fill your spot. Sure enough, I look over 12 minutes later, and Michael Pliska was in the lanes. Went went blind, made it through first round. It was about as far as he made it, but. And the wheelman, Hayden Anborn, been wrecking shop up in Portland this year in that truck. Pliska 002 got the Vega ready to go, found his spot. We've got our starting line crew looking for the best appearing dragster and best appearing door car. Really appreciate the partnership with Dialed In Details. Chris Whitfield's got a heck of a product line, racer himself, and he's on board here this year for the best appearing dragster, best appearing door car. So racers, keep those cars shined up. And Electronics Blue, another call to 4 and 5. Electronics Blue again to 4 and 5, please. We get to our final pair. Non-Electronics Blue, Cooper Chun, right-hand side. That car is for sale, and it is a beauty. And last night's Non-Electronics Gambler finalist, Matt Kielman in the Nova. Matt had a great battle with Steve Kelly to close things out in Non-Electronics. Steve Kelly came out on top. I don't think that's what Cooper had in mind. As he pulls the CUDA over. And speaking of Steve Kelly, really appreciate Kelly Griggs Racing. We got $100 bonuses from Kelly Griggs Racing for the closest margin of victory in main events. So that'll start today. $100 in each class to the closest margin of victory, courtesy of Kelly Griggs Racing. I mentioned Hayden Anborn too. Anborn Family Racing jumped on board with us this year. We've got 6 1-ounce silver coins for the first trip zip reaction times in eliminations, and a 5-ounce silver bar if anybody throws down a perfect run. Really appreciate the Anborn family for always supporting the events out here, supporting the culture, and certainly for supporting this event. So now we'll move into electronics. Our blue group. Jeremy Weaver in the dragster. Out of Puyallup, Washington. He's a Matco Tools dealer. We was talking about torque wrenches up here in the booth yesterday. And Gary Wartnier coming out of Kaiser, that beautiful, beautiful Chevelle. Might be a candidate for best appearing door car. Jeremy looking good, 005 off the hit. Something didn't go how it was supposed to go for Gary, 187. Nice little side-by-side burnouts. And in the left-hand side, it's Don Septon in one of the other Truck Town missiles. Really appreciate Don as part of that Dave Barcelone's Truck Town team. Help present this race and sponsor our Racer Appreciation Dinner tonight. If you race around the Northwest at all, you know that Dave Barcelone's Truck Town is a strong, strong supporter of our culture, the drag racing community, and of events all across the West Coast. Really honored to have them presenting here at the Summer Showdown. Don clicks at 009. I think he's ready to go this morning. JD Kalechi, 18, not too bad himself. Rod Souza and Scott Nusiforo sending it down there. Rod with that really, really cool 57 Chevy Roadster. Enoch Carter in the El Camino and Selena Linehan. Selena's went really deep here a couple times. Night of Fire and other races here at Woodburn Drag Strip. Always tough. Happy to have them down here.
Selena red at 5:11 at 135. Right lane for Enoch 002. And 6:07 at 113. Mike Nicholson, left lane. Dragster out of Vancouver, George LeBlanc, right lane. 66 Chevelle out of Crufton, British Columbia. And George LeBlanc goes to 8, red. Mike Nicholson, 5:20 with a 0, 132. George LeBlanc, the Chevelle, 5:65 at 123. Danny Warnier left lane, the 67 Nova right lane, not on file yet. Looks like a Pontiac Le Mans. Cool looking car. This might be a competitor for best appearing door car. That thing is nice looking. And our first perfect light of the day. The Pontiac going trip zip in 526 at 132. Left lane for Danny Warnier, 491 at 143. Jason Kelly left lane, John Floyd right lane. John goes 18 red. Jason Kelly 17 green and 619 at 109. John Floyd right lane 739 and 92. Non-electronics red. Non-electronics red to lanes 10, 11, and 12, please. Non-electronics red to 10, 11, and 12. Eric Dodge, left lane. 68 Nova. Ken Swayo in the Capri. Ken, 12 green, 583 at 118. Left lane for Eric Dodge, 528 at 133. Paul Nero, dragster left lane out of Aurora, Oregon, and Tommy Drake, the dragster coming over from Emmett, Idaho. Wow, 004 leading second, Paul Nero. 003 and 463 at 150 miles an hour. Right lane for Tommy Drake. 004 and 476 at 144. Jesse DiBartolo left lane. The dragster from Battleground, Bill Hurd. Bill still running the 80 Pinto out of Portland. Jesse DiBartolo, 1 red at a 490 with a 0 to 140 miles an hour. Bill Hurd, the Pinto, 15 green and 562 at 123. Tom Malicki, left lane. Non-electronics red. Non-electronics red, lane 10, 11, and 12. Non-electronics red to 10, 11, and 12, please. Bill King, 61 Falcon, right lane out of Sandy, Oregon. Bill goes 3 red. Tom Malicki drags for left lane, 005 and 439 at 160. Right lane for Bill King, 523 at 134. Morris, left lane. Dragster out of Olympia, and Amelia Hinches, dragster also from Olympia. Andy Morris, 9 red, 477 at 145, Amelia Hinches. Tower side, the Cascade trailer lane, 26 and 463 at 149. Ricky Johnson, left lane, 68 Camaro out of Ontario, Oregon. Dustin Wirtz, the 63 Corvette Roadster from Nampa, Idaho. Ricky Johnson, left lane, 11 and 649 at 105. Dustin Wirtz, 14, 510 at 137. Next pole, Wally Cronin, left lane. 71 Dart, coming down from Tacoma. My neck of the woods, still in out, right lane. The dragster from Junction City, Oregon, in the Cascade trailer lane. Having some issues. Right lane for Dillon, 51 and 445 at 156. Again, Wally having some issues leaving the starting line. Goes 702 with only 98 miles an hour. Car normally run in the 620 range, so something obviously wrong. Earl Griffin, Molina, Oregon, 74 Nova, right lane. Kevin Huffington, the 70 Nova from Moxie, Washington. Griffin. The car maybe shut off on him, right lane for Kevin Huffington, 679 at 101. Non-electronics red, you should be heading lanes 10, 11, and 12. Non-electronics red, you should be heading to lanes 10, 11, and 12. Okay, apparently Earl Griffith got the car fired again, 74 Nova. Right lane, Riley Learcamp, part of the Learcamp family racing team out of Olympia. Better than the action times, 14 and a 458 at 150 miles an hour. Left lane for Earl in the Nova, 630 at 108. Chad Wahlberg, 67 Mustang from Junction City, Oregon. 621 at 111 miles an hour. Again, non-electronics red, you should be in lanes 10, 11, and 12. Non-electronics red, you should be 10, 11, and 12. The non-electronics red now. Jed Biscay, left lane. Mustang out of Toledo. Frank Scos. Not sure about that. The 67 Falcon from Battleground. Both the drivers moving double O red. Right lane 004 red. Left lane for Jed Biscay, 003 red. Right lane for Frank in the Falcon, 595 to 116. Jed Biscay, the 67 Mustang, 904, 80 miles an hour. Glenn Davis, the 33 Coupe, left lane out of Sandy, Oregon. Cliff Hall, the 64 Ford, coming up from Carmichael, California. All the way up from the Bay Area, kind of. Cliff Hall, 4 red, 668, 103 miles an hour. Left lane for Glenn Davis. 50 and 641 at 105. F10 truck left lane, right lane, Greg Hereford, the 72 Vega. Left lane, better reaction time, 17, goes 686 at 101 miles an hour. Right lane for Greg Hereford, 42 and 666 at 104. Taghan, 68 El Camino out of La Grande, Oregon. Derek Jackson, right lane. The 78 Monza from La Center, Washington. Emily, left lane, 008. Derek Jackson, right lane, was 005 red and 683 at 100 miles an hour. And Emily, left lane, 720 at 95. John left lane, the 72 Nova out of Gresham, Oregon, and Alan Snyder. The 86 Malibu from Hillsboro. John Floyd left lane, leaving on the red light. Alan Snyder right lane, 42 and 665 at 101 miles an hour. Left lane for John Floyd, 737 at 93. Dean Tabor, 69 Nova, left lane out of Tiger. Tim Berg, 72 Nova from Hillsboro. Tim goes 4 red. Yeah, it doesn't matter now, just testing. Left lane for Dean Tabor, 28 and 574 at 119. Right lane, 663 at 102. Right lane Challenger having some problems. Electronic red. Electronics red. Lanes 4 and 5. Electronics red to 4 and 5. Sean Chorubi, the Mustang left lane, 653 at 103. Right lane for Carl Hurt again. Stumbled on the starting line, 977, 94 miles an hour. Again, electronics red. Electronics red to 4 and 5, please.
Also want to let you know, shirts and hats for the event are available up in the VIP room in the tower. Shirts and hats available up here in the tower. They're really, really nice. 20 bucks a piece. And when you buy one, you automatically get entered into a random drawing for a $500 gift certificate from Shop Strange Screen Printing and Embroidery. So shirts and hats up here in the tower came out really nice, 20 bucks a piece. And when you buy one, you automatically get entered to do a random drawing for a $500 gift certificate to Shop Strange Screen Printing and Embroidery. Come see us in the tower, cash only on the shirt sales. We've got 50 of each and we've sold a few, so we got less than that. So limited supply. Come see us up in the tower if you want a shirt and hat. They are on display on the back of the booster shed, so you can take a look at them. Really nice material, really nice stuff. So come see us in the tower for a shirt or a hat.
James Hereford, left lane, 595 at 117. Phil Lang, right lane, the Nova, 685 at 101. Maurice Castro, Monte Carlo out of Shelton, right lane. Brian Jennen, 70 Pontiac from Cheney, Washington. Again, apparently Maurice just put a new motor in yesterday. Brian Jennen, the Pontiac, 8 flat with a 7, 86 miles an hour. Maurice Castro in the left lane, 881 at 77. John Whitby. John, one of the employees and racers up at my home track in Bremerton, the Camaro left lane, right lane. Michael Johnson, 68 Pontiac. Better reaction time for Michael Johnson. 16,642 at 106 miles an hour. John Whitney. Indianapolis Auto Parts lane, 780 at 92 miles an hour. Brad Craig, the 67 Camaro from Bonnie Lake, Washington, in the Napa Auto Parts lane, right lane. The Cascade Trailer Lane, Brandon Wilkinson, 69 Nova from Longview. Brad Craig, 2 red and 613 at 111. Brandon Wilkinson, the Cascade Trailer Lane, 24 and 612 at 112. Jessica King, left lane out of Sandy, Oregon, right lane. Hayden Amborn, the 50 Chevrolet truck from Oregon City. Amborn, 10 and 653 at 103 miles an hour for the pickup truck. Left lane for Jessica King, 676 at 102. Kip Poole, another one of the locals from my home track in the C10 truck out of Paulsbo. Jennifer Morton, right lane. The 73 Nova from Silver Creek, Washington. Poole goes 001. Jennifer Morton, Cascade Trailer Lane, 40 and 587 to 116. Kip Poole again, 001 and 786 at 85 miles an hour. David Meyer, Sheridan, California, the 01 Cavalier. Right lane, Jason Harmon, the 86 Firebird out of Battleground. Jason Harmon, right lane, 002. That goes 651, 103 miles an hour. David Meyer, left lane to Cavalier, 17 on the screen, 588 at 118. Zach Slurberg, left lane, the 68 Camaro. Adam Bremerton and Steven Erickson, 07 Mustang from Caboose. Again, Zach, another one of the local racers, Bremerton Raceway. Usually carries the front end about 60 feet. Right lane having some problems. Zach Zerber was 008 red and 644 at 104 miles an hour. And right lane having some issues. Hopefully still under power down there. Goes 954. Electronics red. You should be in lanes 4 and 5. Electronics red. You should be in lanes 4 and 5. Shun Sr. left lane, he drags her out of Vancouver, and Casey Allen right lane. 79 Monza. I should know better, I used to have one of those. From Camas, Washington. David Shun left lane, 13 and 561 at 122 right lane for Casey Allen. 640 at 106. Dylan out left lane, the 20. Copo Camaro out of Junction City, Oregon. Dave Barcelone right lane. The 67 Nova and Trucktown owner from Bremerton, Washington. Again, huge thanks to Trucktown and Dave and Barcelona and Don Sefton for sponsoring. Dylan, 008 Nacopo. And runs 577 at 119. Dave Barcelona right lane, 25 and 616 at 110. Electronics red now. Sandy Nero left lane drags her out of Aurora, Oregon, and Chase Learcamp, part of the Learcamp family racing stable out of Olympia, Washington. Again, this is Electronics red. Electronics red, if you're not in the lanes, you should be heading to 4 and 5. Electronics red. You should be heading to the lanes if you're not there. Leaving a little early, goes 16 red, runs 470 at 150 miles an hour. Right lane for Chase Learcamp, 455 at 151. Michael Householder Left lane, the 75 Monza from Grandview, and Chad Riley, the 18 Corvette from Benton, Washington. Speaking of best appearing cars, this thing's beautiful. I'm guessing possibly a top sportsman car, maybe? Chad Riley, 430 at 156 miles an hour. Left lane for Michael Householder, 646 at 107. Kevin Hansen, left lane, the Studebaker Daytona. For a fan of the different, this is one of the cars I look at. Henry Roberson, North Highlands, California, and the GT350. Henry being Henry goes 009 and runs 644, 108 miles an hour. Kevin Hansen, left lane, 557 at 125. Nick Carr, left lane. The 27 Roadster out of Salem, Oregon, right lane in the Cascade Tow lane. Dwayne Fielder, Trans Am out of Bremerton. Again, another regular at Bremerton Raceway. Nick Carr, left lane, 5 red and 581 at 118. Right lane for Dwayne Fielder, 31 red and 641 at 106. Test lanes, motorcycle testing and test lane. Lane 2, motorcycle testing and tests. Enoch Carter, left lane, the El Camino from Buckley, Washington, real close to my hometown. Right lane, Richard Dietrich in the 41 Coupe. Enoch, 003 and 606 at 113. Right lane for Richard Dietrich, 004 red and 545 at 127. So again, motorcycle testing, and test the test lane, lane 2. Motorcycle testing and test lane in lane number 2. Julie Adams, the GMC Sonoma truck, left lane from Malala and Ty Gaynor, the dragster out of Vancouver. Adams, 004 on the green side, right lane for Ty Gaynor, 7 red and 483 at 143. Julie Adams, 631 at 109. Rookie, left lane, the 23 T-Bucket out of Vancouver, and right lane, Kirby Olmstead, the 68 Camaro from McMinnville. Kirby goes red. Rod Rookie, left lane, having problems. 733 at 120 right lane for the Camaro of Kirby, 570 at 130. Bartolo, left lane, drags her out of Napa Vine. Giovanni Colecchi drags her from Maple Valley. Tom Bartolo, 11 and 458 at 151. Giovanni in the Cascade Trail, 16 and 479 at 143. Eric Dodge, left lane, 68 over from Portland, Oregon. Tyler Myra drags to right lane out of Sandy, Oregon. Eric Dodge in the Nova, 10 and 528 at 132 in Napa Auto Parts lane. The Cascade Trailer lane, Tyler Merritt, 503 at 148. Motorcycle testing, and the testing 2 lane, lane number 2. Again, those lanes are open. First call, non-electronics blue to 10, 11, and 12. Non-electronics blue to 10, 11, and 12. Rod Souza, left lane, Junction City, Oregon. Dustin Schroeder, right lane, 56 Chevrolet, beautiful car. Dustin goes 5 and 67 at 121. Left lane for Rod Souza, 669 at 128. Again, motorcycle testing, and the testing 2 lane, lane number 2 open. Non-electronics blue, to 10, 11, and 12. Robert Butler, left lane. Mike Nicholson, right lane. That's a 66 Chevelle, left lane. 13 on the reaction time. Mike Nicholson, right lane, the dragster, 003 and 517, 132. Left lane for the Chevelle of Robert Butler, 616, 111. Brian Maug, left lane, Junction City, Oregon. And Kurt Gross. The Gross Family Racing dragster out of Oregon City. And 444 at 157. Kurt Gross 13 and 480 at 144. Stephanie Ness. Stephanie, last year's winner Out of KLB, Oregon, drags through right lane. Don Sefton, the truck down missile. Out of Bremerton again, truck down. Dave Barcelona, Don Sefton, sponsor the Racer Appreciation Dinner after the race today. Stephanie gets the better of him on the reaction time. Don Sefton, 14 and 442 at 159. Left lane for Stephanie, 003 and 497 at 139. Non-electronics blue, non-electronics blue. Even lanes 10, 11, and 12. Non-electronics blue, lanes 10, 11, and 12. We need non-electronics blue to the lanes. Doesn't work. 63 for that road strategy for Idaho left lane. Jeremy Woodburn. Drag strategy. Wow. Again, almost my home pin. And 440 at 157. Left words 23 and 510 at 137. Dustin Hench's left lane, right? S10 truck out of Belfast. The locals from Bremerton Raceway. Kevin, 6 red and 614, 111 miles an hour. And left lane, that auto parts lane for Dustin Hench, 10, 11, and 12. Yeah, we're looking for non-electronics blue. Non-electronics blue to the lanes.
And while we've got a little bit of quiet time, I want to remind racers you are allowed 2 time hits per entry. Really going to need to work on the honor system here. Have 2 entries in your title. Time hits per entry. I want you to keep track of those. If you're single entries, you're allowed 2 time hits. Once you've made your 2, you can't keep coming up as we continue to do the double entry. So 2 time hits per entry. You don't have to use them, but you are entitled to them. If you're single entered, 2 time hits, and you're done. So once we get through the rotation one more time, single entries will be done with their time runs. We'll run another session for the other folks until we're done or until people quit coming up for their time runs. But you are entitled to 2 time runs per entry. But please, let's work on the honor system. Let's be aware of the time. Let's keep this thing moving. And like I said, you don't have to take them, but you can. Once we get through the order one more time, as we just finished the order for the first time, all single entry time runs will be complete.
Some test and tune cars. non-electronics blue. Non-electronics blue. You should be in lanes non-electronics blue.
Downtime as they get the traffic ready for the next discussion. It's Oakland and Hungary. We've got a lot of great people up there. Corn dog stand will open up pretty well. Let's make the corn dog here. And we have t-shirts up here in the tower. T-shirts we have are up here in the VIP room in the tower. They're on display at the back of the Booster Club. If you want to take a look at them, they're not really nice, really high quality shirts, really high quality hats. We didn't spare any expense on them. We're sell them really quick. And when you buy a piece of apparel, for every piece of apparel you buy, you get an entry to a random drawing for a $500 printing certificate. Shop Strange, screen printing and embroidery. They have absolutely cutting edge equipment over there for embroidery, screen printing needs, and all your branded needs for all sorts of accessories. They do coffee cups and Stanley mugs, and you name it, they do it. They've got locations in Portland and Boise. Really happy to have their support here. So they're one of those that deliver a hat for $20 up in the tower. Be entered into a drawing. Every shirt and hat has a name tag on it too. If you scan the QR code, place an order from Shop Strange, you automatically get 10% off of your order, and there is no minimum order quantity required. So really appreciate Danny and the gang over at Shop Strange supporting us. We got shirts and hats up here in the tower for anybody who needs one. Look at the hanging on the back of the ship. Once again, non-electronics blue has been called. I see it bottom number in the range. Non-electronics blue has been called for 10, 11, and 12.
second time run, not electronic. Chevrolet truck in the left lane, not on file yet. Right one, Jed Biscay. Mustang out of Toledo, Washington. Left lane 33 on the backside, Jed Biscay power side. Red by 21. Pickup truck 75, 87 miles an hour. Right lane for Jed Biscay. 904 at 80 miles an hour. Parks left lane. Duster out of Salem, Oregon, right lane. 69 Nova from Tiger. 17 red. Runs 575 or 119 left lane. Ron Parks. 720 4 miles. Cliff Hall, left lane, the 64 Ford coming up from Carmichael, California, Joshua Welty. The 72 Love truck from Roseburg. Josh Welty Love truck is 001. And runs 614 at 112 miles an hour. Cliff Hall, left lane, the Falcon 669 at 102. Couple of cars not on file. Love truck left lane. Front engine dragster tower side. Left lane 007 and runs 690 with a 0. 98 miles an hour. Right lane for the front engine digger. 5 and 90 at 115. Sean Floyd, left lane, the diesel truck. And right lane, Rick Sales, the Radio Flyer GMC truck out of Eugene. Right lane, 001 to the red side. And goes 644, 106 miles an hour. Left lane for the diesel truck, 924 at 73. Pair of Mustangs. Henry Roberson, the 84 GT350 coming up from North Highlands, California. The Sacramento area. Right lane, Blaine Robb, the 87 Mustang out of Vancouver. Henry Roberson, better reaction time, 34 to a 59 for Blaine Robb. Henry. 644, 108 miles an hour. Blaine Robb, 790 at 85. Kip Poole, C10 truck out of Paulsbo, Washington, left lane. Jimmy Hereford, 66 Fairlane from Ridgefield, Washington. Electronics blue to 4 and 5. Electronics blue to 4 and 5, please. Kip Poole, 11 red and 784, 87 miles an hour. Jimmy Hereford, The fair lane, 21 red and 787 at 86 miles an hour. Again, electronics blue. Electronics blue to lanes 4 and 5. Electronics blue to 4 and 5, please. David Shun Sr. Left lane, the dragster Justin Sibley, the 56 Bel Air out of Puyallup, right lane. Justin, 9 red and 614 at 113. David Shun, 563 at 122. Careful. Aiden Amborn, the wheelman, the 50 Chevrolet truck out of Oregon City, Tyler Hereford, right lane. 79 Camaro from Ridgefield. Again, we need electronics blue to 4 and 5. Electronics blue to 4 and 5, please. Hayden almost goes double 01 on the green side and 653 at 103 miles an hour. Tyler Hereford, right lane. The Camaro, 838, 84 miles an hour. Stephen Papa Jr., the 15 Mustang, left lane from Aloha, Oregon, and Darwin LaFord, right lane. Camaro out of Vancouver. Right lane for Darwin LaFord, 626, 109 miles an hour. Stephen Papa, left lane, 888 at 80 miles an hour. Again, we need electronics blue, electronics blue to lanes 4 and 5. Lanes are empty. We need electronics blue to 4 and 5, please. Okay. Frank Pettit, left lane. The 79 Malibu out of Milwaukee, Oregon. Greg Keelman. Greg, his 69 Camaro out of Vancouver. Beautiful car. Greg, 15 on reaction time and 643 at 106 miles an hour. Left lane for Frank Pettit, 688 at 101 miles an hour. Again, electronics blue, electronics blue. Need lanes 4 and 5, please. Brad Craig, left lane, 67 Camaro out of Pawnee Lake. Right lane, Kurt Landis, the 69 Chevelle from Newburgh. Kurt Landis, 13 red, Brad Craig, 16 green, and 613, 111 miles an hour. Right lane for Kurt, 650 at 104 miles an hour. Kenny O'Keefe, left lane, the 69 Malibu from Algona. Right lane, Zach Zerbrick, the 68 Camaro from Bremerton. Both of these drivers regular racers at my home track in Bremerton. Kenny goes 7 red. Zach, the Camaro, 22 and 645 at 104 miles an hour. Left lane for Kenny, 754 at 90. Robert Butler, 66 Chevelle, left lane. Coming up from Citrus Heights, California. Wow. Another car from the Sacramento area. Right lane, Steve Kelly from Camas, Washington. Steve Kelly, better in the reaction times. 29 to a 47. Steve Kelly, 6:13 with a 5, 111 miles an hour left lane for Robert Butler. In the Chevelle, 6:18 at 110 miles an hour. Again, Electronics Blue. Electronics Blue. You should be in the lanes, lane 4 and 5. Electronics Blue to 4 and 5. Phil Lang, left lane. Out of Hillsboro, Oregon, the 70 Nova. Right lane, Matt Keelman, his 70 Nova. The prettiest leaving car of the Northwest, in my opinion. Thing just leaves perfect, sets down perfect. It's 12 on the tree and 626 at 109 miles an hour. Phil Lang, left lane, 005, and 689 at 101. Casey Allen, left lane. The Monza from Camas, right lane. Chris Arnett, the 70 Chevelle from Turner, Oregon. Chris, 18 on the tree and 660 with a 0 at 103 miles an hour. Left lane for Casey, 639 at 106. Robert Jackson Jr., Happy Valley, Oregon, 71 bag at 19 on the tree. And 659 at 103 miles an hour. Looks like that's going to be it for the non-electronics. Electronic Blue. You should be heading to the lanes if you're not there. Electronics Blue. If you are not in the lanes, you are late. Again, Electronics Blue. If you're not in the lanes, you're late. We're going to be starting you here shortly. Electronics Blue. motorcycle making a test hit. Chad Hofer, the 12 Kawasaki, out of Ontario, Oregon. Doesn't shift. Hopefully everything's okay. Just didn't want to shift. Sound like into third gear. Coast through with a 1668. Was 009 on the reaction time though. Like I said, just didn't want to shift into third gear. Final call. Electronics blue. If you're not in the lanes, you are not going to get a pass this time. Final call, Electronics blue. Boomer Pascal, the 13 Hayabusa, out of Woodburn, Oregon. Stretched frame. Thinking this is a turbo bike. Definitely a turbo bike. $785 at 176 miles an hour. I'm thinking there's more ET in that based on that mile an hour. Again, 176 miles an hour on that turbo Hayabusa. Again, Electronic blue, final call. You should be in the lanes. Electronics blue, you should be in the lanes. Why it's quiet. I'm going to give a little shout out to my brother and sister-in-law, Bill and Debbie. They're listed in Concrete, Washington. So they're going to get that message and be surprised to hear their name over the TV. Hi, Bill and Debbie. Hopefully you're enjoying it. First pair, Electronic blue, Earl Griffith, left lane. 74 Nova from Molina, Oregon. And Jason Kelly, right lane. This 96 Mustang out of Washougal, Washington. Better reaction time for Earl Griffith in the left lane. 25 to a 42. Jason Kelly in the Mustang right lane gets their first 617, 111 miles an hour. Earl Griffith, left lane in the Nova, 629 at 109. Pair of Chevelles now, 66 Chevelle, left lane of George LeBlanc from Creston, British Columbia, right lane. Gary Warnier, the 67 Chevelle from Kaiser, Oregon. First call, non-electronics red. First call for non-electronics red, lanes 10, 11, and 12. First call, non-electronics red to the lanes, please. Gary Warnier, right lane, 005 on his reaction time, goes 5:48 at 128. George LeBlanc, left lane, 28 on the reaction time, and 5:64 at 123. Again, first call, non-electronics red, lanes 10, 11, and 12. Non-electronics red to 10, 11, and 12, please. Ken Sueo, left lane, the 72 Capri out of Oregon City, Oregon. Right lane, Dustin Wirtz, the 63 Corvette Roadster, coming over from Nampa, Idaho. Dustin Wirtz, better the reaction times, 24 to a 38 for Ken Sueo. Finish line, it's Dustin Wirtz, 5:11 at 137. Ken Sueo, left lane, 5:83 at 118. Again, non-electronics red. Non-electronics red. Need you lanes 10, 11, and 12, please. Tom Malicki, dragster, left lane out of White Salmon, Washington. Currently with the fastest ET, according to my look, as I'm trying to jot this down, fastest ET of the event so far. Went 4:39 on his previous run. Scott Nusiforo, the 80 Monza, right lane from Sherwood, Oregon. Both drivers turn on the red light. Tom Malicki right there, 4:40 at 1:59, right lane for Scott in the Monza, 5:45 at 1:27. Still not on file. Pontiac left lane. Again, this car I think should be in the running for the best appearing car. Cool. Le Mans or GTO left lane. Selena Linehan. Graduate of the junior dragster ranks. Her dragster out of Kirkland, Washington. Both drivers red. Selena 4 to the red side and 5:10 at 1:35. Left lane for the Pontiac, 5:29 at 1:32. Bill Hurd, left lane to Portland Pinto. John Floyd, right lane, 72 Nova out of Gresham, Oregon. Bill Hurd, better reaction time, goes 12. John Floyd, 36. Finish line, Bill Hurd, 5:63 at 1:23. John Floyd, right lane of the Nova 7, 38 at 92 miles an hour. Dustin Schroeder, left lane. Beautiful 56 Chevrolet from Powell Butte, Oregon. Paul Nero, right lane. Dragster from Aurora, Oregon. Paul Nero goes 4 red. Dustin Schroeder, left lane, 12 and 5:69 at 1:21. Right lane for Paul Nero, 4:63 at 1:50. Don Sefton, left lane, the Trucktown Missile out of Bremerton, Washington. Logan Scribner, right lane, the youngster out of Sherwood, Oregon. Again, big thanks to Trucktown, Dave Barcelone and Don Sefton for sponsoring the Racer Appreciation Dinner tonight. $12 and $13 are the reaction times. Dawn, with the better of the two, is 12 and 4:45 at 1:59. Logan Scribner, right lane, 4:79 at 1:43. Jeremy Weaver, left lane. Out of Puyallup, Washington. Right lane, Jesse DiBartolo from Battleground, Washington. Jesse 006 and 491 at 139. Jeremy Weaver, left lane. late, and 4:43 at 156. Bill King, left lane, the 61 Falcon out of Sandy, Oregon. Enoch Carter, right lane, the El Camino from Buckley. Enoch, 3 red. Bill King, 13 and 5:24 at 134. Enoch in the El Camino, 6:07 at 112. Again, non-electronics red. Non-electronics red. You should be in 10, 11, and 12. Non-electronics red. You should be in 10, 11, and 12. Kevin Shearer, left lane. The S10 truck out of Belfair. Again, one of the regular competitors at my home track. Right lane. Ricky Johnson, 68 Camaro out of Ontario, Oregon. Kevin Shearer, 13 and 6:16 at 111 miles an hour. Right lane for Ricky Johnson, 43 and 6:52 at 105. Little family race here. Kurt Gross, left lane. Stephanie Nass, tower side. Wonder if they have a little dollar side wager on who gets the better reaction time in this pair. Kurt's red, Stephanie's perfect, so I guess Stephanie would have won that bet. 000 and 497 at 139 for Stephanie. Left lane, Kurt, 17 red and 481 at 144. Chad Wahlberg, 67 Mustang, left lane out of Junction City, Oregon. Right lane, Danny Warnier, beautiful 67 No out of Kaiser, Oregon. Beautiful car. Right lane for Danny Warnier, 009 and 493 at 144. Left lane for Chad Wahlberg in the Mustang, 13 and 608 at 113. Dylan Haug, left lane out of Junction City, Oregon. Eric Dodge, right lane, the 68 Nova from Boring, Oregon. Again, we're looking for non-electronics red. You should be heading in the lanes. Non-electronics red. You should be in the lanes if you're not there. Both drivers leaving a little early. Dylan Haug, right lane or left lane, was 10 red and 449 at 155. Eric Dodge, only 3 red and 529 at 132. Riley Learcamp, part of the Learcamp family racing stable out of Olympia, Washington. Right lane, Kevin Huffington, the 70 Nova from Moxie, Washington. Kevin Huffington in a Cascade trailer lane, the Nova 007 and 682 at 100 miles an hour. Left lane for Riley Learcamp, 11 on reaction time and 461 at 150. Wally Cronin, 71 Dart, left lane. Andy Morris, right lane, the dragster out of Olympia. Kind of followed Wally in today. Wally, again, still having a little bit of issues on the starting line. 008 red and 631 at 107. Andy Morris, right lane in the dragster, 16 and 485 at 132. Again, non-electronics red, you should be in the lanes. Non-electronics red, you should be in the lanes. Looks like the last of our electronic blue. Amelia Hench's dragster out of Olympia. $22 for Amelia and 465 at 149. Again, non-electronics red, you should be in the lanes. Non-electronics red, you should be in the lanes. We're coming to you next. Frank Sukost. Sorry about your name. I'm probably getting it wrong. 67 Falcon from Battleground. Right lane, John Whitby. Has U.S. Navy in the rear window. He's actually a sailor. Coming down from Bremerton. And actually can cut a light here, apparently. He goes 57 on the tree. Left lane for Frank, 37 and 596 at 117. John Whitby, 782 at 91. Electronics red. Electronics red. Need your lanes, please. Electronics red to 4 and 5. Electronics red to 4 and 5. Greg Hereford, left lane. Nevega out of Center, Washington. Carl Hurt, right lane. The 20 Challenger from Eugene. Again, electronics red to the lanes. Electronics red. The lanes 4 and 5, please. Greg Hereford, better reaction times, 34. And runs 668 at 103 miles an hour. Right lane for Carl, 734 at 95 miles an hour. Derek Jackson, 78 Monza, left lane out of the Center, Washington, right lane. The S10 truck, not on file yet. Derek Jackson, 5 red. The S10 truck, 632 on the reaction time and 691 at 100 miles an hour. Left lane for Derek Jackson, 686, also 100 miles an hour. David Meyer, the 01 Cavalier coming up from Sheridan, California in right lane. Emily Taggin, 68 Chevy El Camino from La Grande, Oregon. Again, Electronics Red, lanes 4 and 5. Electronics Red to 4 and 5, please. David Meyer, the Cavalier, 004 reaction time. And he'll get there first 590 at 119. Right lane for Emily, 721 at 91.99 miles an hour. Dean Tabert, 69 Nova, left lane out of Tigard, Oregon. Right lane, Glenn Davis, the 33 Coupe from Sandy, Oregon. A little 33 Coupe, better reaction time, 17 to a 26. But Dean Tabert gets to the finish line first, 572 at 119. Glenn Davis in the little Coupe, 643 at 105. Tim Berg, left lane, the 72 Nova from Hillsborough. Right lane, Sean Korubi. Beautiful blue 66 Mustang out of Tigard, Oregon. Tim Berg, 004 on his reaction time. And goes 667 at 103 miles an hour. Sean, right lane of the Mustang, 654 at 103. Again, Electronics Red, lanes 4 and 5. Jed Biscay, left lane. Mustang out of Toledo, Washington. Hayden Amborn, the wheelman, 50 Chevrolet truck out of Oregon City. Hayden, 006. And 651 at 103 miles an hour for the 50 Chevrolet truck. Left lane for Jed Biscay, 911 at 90 miles an hour. Alan Snyder, left lane, the 86 Malibu out of Hillsboro, Oregon. And Kip Poole, the 76 C10 truck out of Paulsbo, Washington. Alan Snyder, left lane to Malibu, 11 on the reaction timer. They go 672, 101 miles an hour. Right lane for Kip Poole, 789 at 85 miles an hour. Darwin LaFord, left lane. Camaro out of Vancouver, James Hereford, right lane, the 67 Camaro from Longview. James Hereford, 10 on his reaction timer. He runs 597 at 116. Left lane for Darwin LaFord, 628 at 109. Jennifer Morton, left lane. 73 Nova from Silver Creek, Washington. Right lane, Zach Zerbrett, 68 Camaro from Bremerton. Zach goes 3 red. Jennifer Morton, left lane of the Nova, 25 and 588 at 116. Zach again 3 red and 646 at 103.
Michael Johnson, the Napa Auto Parts lane, the 68 Pontiac Firebird. In right lane, Jason Harmon. The Cascade trailer lane, the 86 Pontiac Firebird. Again, so for my brother-in-law Bill, 68 Firebird. I know you're a fan of those. Left lane, not a lot of them racing. Usually it's Camaros. Don't see a lot of Firebirds. And Michael Johnson in the left lane. Firebird goes 12 on his reaction time. And 6:47, 106 miles an hour, right lane. For Jason Harmon and his 86 Firebird, 21 and 6:52 at 103. Brandon Wilkinson, left lane, the 69 Nova from Longview against Dave Barcelone. The Trucktown Missile, the 67 Nova out of Bremerton. Again, thanks for Dave and Don Sefton at Trucktown for sponsoring the Racer Appreciation Dinner tonight after the event. Dave in the 67 Nova, better reaction time, 20 and goes 6:16, 110 miles an hour. Left lane for Brandon Wilkinson, 6:13 at 113. Casey Allen, left lane. The Monza, 38 green and 6:42 at 101 miles an hour. Eddie Brack's right lane, 89 Mustang out of Portland. 21 red and 799 at 85 miles an hour. Kurt Landis, 69 Chevelle out of Newburgh, Oregon. And Jessica King, little Nova out of Sandy, Oregon. Both drivers early. Kurt Landis, the better of the early, and having problems. Right lane for Jessica King, 13 red and 6:59 at 104. Again, Kurt Landis, left lane, having some problems. Hopefully he's still under power. So Kurt Landis clear of the track. Phil Lang, left lane. 70 Nova out of Hillsboro, Oregon. Right lane, John Floyd, the big diesel truck. Better reaction time for Phil Lang. 16 to a 62 of John Floyd. Phil, 684 at 101. Right lane, it's 925, 72 miles an hour. Brad Craig, left lane. 67 Camaro out of Bonnie Lake. And Justin Sibley. The smoke clears. The 56 Bel Air out of Puyallup. Dead even reaction times, 27 each. Brad Craig, left lane in the Camaro, 615 at 111. Justin Sibley, tower side to 56 Chevrolet, 635 at 112. Cliff Hall, left lane, the 64 Falcon, coming up from Carmichael, California. And Maurice Castro, the Cascade trailer lane, Monte Carlo out of Sheldon, Washington. Cliff Hall, better reaction time in the left lane, 23 and 670 at 102 miles an hour. Right lane for Maurice, 887 at 77 miles an hour. Steven Erickson, left lane, the 07 Mustang from Scappoose, Oregon. And right lane, Robert Jackson Jr., the 71 Vega from Happy Valley, Oregon. Yeah, Electronics red. You should be in the lanes or heading that way. Mustang again having some issues. Right lane for Robert Jackson in the Vega. 707 at 102. Again, Steven Erickson, the Mustang, 711 at 80 miles an hour. Final call. Final call, Electronics red. You should be in the lanes. Final call. Electronics red. You should be in the lanes. David Shun Sr., left lane, the dragster from Vancouver, right lane. Dylan Haug, the 20 Copo from Junction City. Dylan, right lane, the Copo, 577 to 118. Left lane for David Shun in the dragster, 565 at 122. Again, Electronics red. Last call, Electronics red. You should be in 4 and 5, please. I'll do a little quick track prep before we run Electronics red. I want to thank our live stream sponsors, Kid Performance and Dyno, and Sean Clark and Associates. Again, huge shout out to those two for sponsoring today's live feed. Thank you so much. Got Andrew here from Pacific Northwest Outlaw Media. And Kid Performance and Dyno and Sean Clark and Associates. Huge shout out and thank you to you for sponsoring today's live feed. Richard Dietrich, left lane. 41 Coupe out of Battleground, right lane. Michael Householder. 75 Mazda. I did it again. Monza. Again, I had one of these. I should know better. At a Grandview. Non-electronics blue. Medium lanes, please. Non-electronics blue to the lanes. Richard Dietrich, 007 and 546 at 127. Michael Householder in the Monza, 646 at 106. Dwayne Fielder, left lane. The Trans Am out of Bremerton, right lane. Dustin Wirtz. The 63 Corvette from Nampa, Idaho. Again, non-electronics blue. Dustin Wirtz in the Corvette Roadster, better reaction time, 28 and goes 5:12 at 137. Left lane for Dwayne Fielder, 6:48 at 106. Ken Swale, left lane. In the Capri out of Oregon City. Julie Adams, right lane. The 96 GMC Sonoma from Molalla, Oregon. Ken Swale, 008. Julie Adams, 16. Ken Swale, 587 and 118. Julie Adams, right lane. 635, 108 miles an hour. Again, non-electronics blue. Non-electronics blue, round number 1 of eliminations. 10, 11, and 12, please. Non-electronics blue, round number 1 of eliminations to 10, 11, and 12. Kirby Olmsted, left lane in the Camaro from McMinnville. Sandy Nero, right lane. Dragster out of Aurora, Oregon. Sandy in the Cascade trailer lane, 10 and 471 at 150. And left lane for Kirby Olmsted, 19 red and 573 at 130. Mike Nicholson, left lane. The dragster out of Vancouver. And Kevin Hansen, the Studebaker Daytona out of Portland. Mike Nicholson, left lane, 004 and 520 at 132. Kevin Hansen, right lane in the Daytona, 16 and 556 at 125. Again, non-electronics blue, 11, 12, 10, 11, and 12. 10, 11, and 12, non-electronics blue for round number 1 of eliminations. Chase Learcamp, left lane. Learcamp family racing out of Olympia, right lane. Chad Riley, the 18 Corvette from Benton, Washington. Top sportsman car. Right lane for Chad Riley, 002 and 423. at 177. Left lane for Chase Learcamp, 39 and 456 at 152. Tommy Drake Jr. left lane. Dragster from Emmett, Idaho, right lane. Don Sefton, the Trucktown dragster out of Bremerton, Washington. Tommy Drake, 7 red. Don Sefton, 17 to the green side and 443 at 159. Left lane for Tommy Drake, 7 red, 479 at 144. Rod Wilkie, 23T left lane. Dustin Henches, dragster out of Olympia. Dustin, 000 and 467 at 148. Left lane for Rod Wilkie in the 23T bucket, 533 at 128. Again, non-electronics blue. Should be in 10, 11, and 12 for round number 1 of eliminations. Non-electronics blue. 10, 11, and 12 for round number 1 of eliminations. Logan Scribner, left lane. The dragster out of Sherwood, Oregon. Henry Roberson coming up from North Highlands, California. The 84 GT350 Mustang. Henry, better reaction time, 17 to a 33 for Logan. Henry goes 6:45, 108 miles an hour. Logan, the dragster, 4:77 at 144. The next pair up, Tyler Myrup, left lane. The dragster out of Sandy, Oregon, and Robert Butler, the 66 Chevelle from Citrus Heights, California. Tyler Myrup, left lane, the dragster, 005 and 499 at 141. Right lane for Robert Butler out of Citrus Heights, 15 and 618 at 110. Again, non-electronics blue. Non-electronics blue. You should be in 10, 11, and 12 for round 1 of eliminations. Non-electronics blue. You should be in the lanes for round number 1. Enoch Carter, left lane, the El Camino from Buckley. And Tom DiBartolo, the dragster out of Napavine. Enoch, the El Camino, is 004. Tom DiBartolo, the dragster, right lane. 459 at 151. Enoch, the El Camino, 614 at 113. Cooper Chun, left lane. The dragster out of Vancouver, Kurt Gross. Gross Family Racing, out of Oregon City, Oregon. Kurt Gross leaving a bit early, goes 7 red and 482 at 143. Left lane for Cooper Chun, 494 at 140. Ty Gaynor left lane. The dragster out of Vancouver right lane. Nick Carr, the 23T out of Salem, Oregon. Ty Gaynor in the dragster, 002 on reaction time, 487 at 142. Nick Carr, the roadster, 582 with a 9 at 117. Jeremy Weaver, left lane, dragster out of Puyallup. The Matco Tools dealer right lane, Stephanie Nass, dragster from Canby, Oregon, and last year's winner. Jeremy Weaver, 4 to the red side. Stephanie Nass, 003 and 496 at 139. Left lane for Jeremy, 444 at 156. Brian Haug, dragster left lane. Kevin Shear, S10 truck out of Belfair, tower side. Brian, 8 red and 446 at 157. Kevin Shear in the right lane, 22 and 617 at 111. Giovanni Kalecki, dragster out of Maple Valley. Giovanni, 21 and 480 with a 1 at 143.
And so that will conclude our time runs. We're going to move into some testing. We have called Non-Electronics Blue to the lanes. Please make sure that your dials are legible from the tower side. So the right-hand side of your car, if you're using shoe polish or a dial board, make sure you can see it good from our side, because we're looking down from the tower. The sun does present some challenges with the glare, so please make sure your dial-ins are written nice and clearly. Make sure your dial boards are on. Buybacks after round 1 will take place at the bottom of the tower. Gwen will be down there at a table in the shade. Please be patient, form a line. Gwen will do buybacks at the bottom of the tower. There is no re-entry round. Buybacks go straight into round 2, and you'll buy back right into the group that you got bumped from. So if you lost an entry in red and you buy back, that entry goes right back into red. If you lost in both and you're buying back, you'll go into both of those. So buybacks will be at the bottom of the tower at the conclusion of round 1. You see Gwen down there, and she'll get you taken care of. The Joker's Jackpot second chance race. Entries for that race will also take place at the bottom of the tower following round 2. You must have been eliminated from competition to be eligible to enter that race. You must have been eliminated from the main race to be eligible to race in that race. So it doesn't matter if you lost first round or round 2, but if you are eliminated after round 2, you can sign up for the Joker's Jackpot race at the bottom of the tower. First round of that race will take place at the tail end of round 3 of the main race. So you can sign up after round 2. The first round for that race will come at the tail end of round 3 of the main event. So I'll make that announcement again, but buybacks at the bottom of the tower after round 1, no re-entry round, straight back to round 2. Joker's Jackpot, first 16 on either side, be a 16-car field in electronics, 16-car field in non-electronics. It's a $60 buy-in at the base of the tower, $500 to win, $250 to runner-up, and first round of that race will kick off at the tail end of round 3 of the main event. Jimmy's Wheelie Bar is wide open and serving up fresh Coors Light products. Lupita's is serving it up hot over behind the pitside grandstands. Really, really appreciate everyone being out here today. Appreciate Kid Performance and Dyno, Sean Clark and Associates, my guys from Idaho, Firebird Heavy Hitters, sponsoring the live feed here, courtesy of PNW Outlaw Media. Got all of his equipment set up here, streaming it on the YouTube, something unique for us here this weekend, and it looks really, really cool. So we're super happy to have the live feed, and obviously really thankful for Kid Performance and Dyno, Sean Clark and Associates for sponsoring that live feed. If you need some automotive dealership and industry consultations, hit up my man Sean Clark. If you need a really, really fast motor, hit up Mark Kidd and he'll get you taken care of. Again, want to thank Dave Barcelone's Truck Town. Those guys support the racing community out here in the PNW and beyond like nobody's business. And they're supporting us here today to present this race, to present the Racer Appreciation Dinner. Racer Appreciation Dinner will be served in Jimmy's Wheelie Bar at 5:30. And a few prizes that'll get given away as we get into eliminations. The first 6 Trip Zips, a 1-ounce silver coin courtesy of Amborn Family Racing. Throw down a perfect run. 5-ounce silver bar coming your way. Starting line crew is going to be judging best appearing door car and best appearing dragster. Winners of that will receive a bracket box from Dialed In Details. Great products lined up from Chris Whitfield and his outfit Dialed In Details. Really happy to have them on board. Champs Performance. If you're not getting your parts from Champs, you really should be giving him a call. The best burnouts in eliminations, the 2 best burnouts from either side in eliminations, will get a $100 gift certificate to Champs Performance.
Electronic blue class. Electronic blue class. We need you guys to the staging lanes, please. Electronic blue class. E601. 641W. Those two numbers are missing in our non-electronics class. So if you are not there, you need to be there. There's 2 cars missing. So if you're not there, you need to be there. Okay, we'd like to welcome everybody here. All right, we'd like to welcome everybody here to our 2nd annual Summer Showdown. We'd like to thank Troy for doing a lot of promotion on this. Him and I worked together a lot to put this event together. He did a lot of great promotion, getting some awesome trophies, very unique trophies, I should say. I think he still has a few t-shirts for sale up here, and lots of other little fun awards that he got along the way with some sponsors that he's been hitting throughout the day here. And I know a lot of them are here racing as well, so we appreciate you guys very much for helping out to make this a fun event. Also, at this time, we're going to have a little prayer here. Our flag is half staff for my dad. It's been 1 week today that we lost him. It's a huge loss to our racing community and our track family here. And as he said, the show must go on. But again, I am going to say we are so grateful for him, for his dreams of making Woodburn Drag Strip such a unique track right off the I-5 corridor here. His way that he designed the track is pretty dang amazing. It's easy to get around here, and we really appreciate the staff. Most of the staff has been here pretty much the whole time he's had the track. There's Dave Dohanik was here yesterday. He was part of Madras with him too. And most of our staff here has been on board as Jay and I ran the track, and Joey and my dad all these years, and now just Joey and myself. So we appreciate all of our staff here, and my dad loved each and every one of you, and all the racers out here. We appreciate you so much. He loved watching your dreams come true. So our flag will remain half staff until he is finally in his resting place, which will be in Madras. We're going to get him there pretty soon, and then we will have a celebration of life here at the track on June 24th at 1 p.m. that everyone is invited to come and be a part of that. Jimmy always liked a big party, and we're going to throw him one. So, okay, at this time I'd like to say for all the racers, please have a safe, great racing experience today. We're excited to see who the winners are today. I saw that one of the champs is back. Well, both of them I think are here this year to try and re-get their trophy and get their spot. So good luck to everybody, though. I'm pretty sure we probably have a new one. We'll see. And we're going to enjoy the rest of the day of racing out here today. So if you would please stand at this time to honor our flag. And I'd also like to thank you to all the military people who have served for us. We really appreciate all of you and your service for our families here. Okay, if you'll stand at this time, we'll go ahead and do our national anthem. Thank you very much. Thank you for standing, and thank you for honoring our country and our people here. All right, with that being said, is everybody sounds like in the lanes over there? I think one might be broke, and I think we're ready to go. So we can start our engines, and here we go. First round of competition. Troy's going to be announcing for you, and we'll get through that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sherry. Really appreciate that. Got my man Bob Andrews down here from Bremerton helping out on the mic too. Really appreciate him. I've been continuing to do announcing, but it's nice to have a real pro up here like Bob to help us out. Many of us certainly still thinking about Jim, and will continue to do so for a long, long time. Left a long legacy here, so happy to carry it on here. And once again, welcome to the second annual Summer Showdown. $10,000 to win electronics, $5,000 to win non-electronics, presented by Dave Barcelone's Truck Town. Also really proud and thankful to have This Is Bracket Racing Elite, Kelly Griggs Racing, dialed in details and torque calibration services on deck. Electronics blue to 4 and 5, please. Electronics blue to 4 and 5, and here we go. First round, first pair, Summer Showdown. It's Darwin LaFord, right-hand side. He's dialed 628 in the Camaro. And Shelby Welty, she's dialed 690 in the Love Truck. Kicking things off here on Saturday for $5,000 in non-electronics. We got 2 green lights at the top end. Darwin LaFord in a little bit of trouble. Shelby's going to turn on the wind light. She's 7. Take 2 to be 4 above 2. Darwin missed it. 34 on the tree, 1 above 7. And 2 thou behind. Shelby's moving on. And that'll bring up David Meyer, left-hand side, and that really, really cool Cavalier. He's dialed 590. Part of the big crew that came up from California. To his right, it's Casey Allen in the Monza. Throws a 643 up on the Cascade trailer sales board. Beautiful day here in Northwest Oregon. Once again, electronics blue. We have called you to the lanes. Electronics blue to lanes 4 and 5. There's 15 thou between them. Here comes Meyer. Wind light Meyer. He's 17, take 19 to be dead 5. Casey, 32 on the tree, dead 9. Not going to get it done. He's 19 behind at the stripe. And we move to Rick Sales in that super cool GMC truck. 644 on the board. Blaine Robb, 793 in the Napa Auto Parts lane in the Fox body. And here comes Sales, but he's got a lot of work to do. Wind light gonna shine for Blaine Robb on the brakes. He's 9, take 48 to be 2 above. Sales missed it, 51 on the tree. And he's headed to the buyback window. A couple heavy hitters here. Cliff Hall in the red rope, also part of that California crew. 672 in the Napa Auto Parts lane. And last night's non-electronics gambler winner, Steve Kelly. 617 on the boards for the 67 Camaro. Steve's been to 5 finals and 4 wins in the last few weeks. On a little bit of a hot streak, look to him to hang the hoops in that Camaro. Former world champion. Cliff Hall clicks it red. 4 thou red. Steve Kelly missed it on a 40. Cliff's going to want that one back, and Steve Kelly's going to be pretty thankful. As the front engine dragster comes to line, 590 on the boards for the old school hot rod, and Jimmy Hereford. He's dialed 789 in the fair lane. Hereford crew made a lot of noise last night. They both click it red, but Jimmy was less red. And he's going to turn on the wind light, runs it out, 788 on the 89. He's moving on to round 2. So that'll bring up Kip Poole. He's dialed 790 in the square body on the Napa Auto Parts side. And Matt Keelman, your other finalist last night in the non-electronics gambler. 631 for Matt in the Nova. Talk about cars that leave clean. Not many of them leave cleaner than that Nova. Once again, electronics blue to lanes 4 and 5. Please, electronics blue to lanes 4 and 5. Keelman chasing him on the top end. He had 15 thou on the tree, and he turns on the wind light. 632 with a 6 on a 631, taking 77. Kip, 34, and way above. Not going to get it done. Double red light start. Dave Barcelone's going to turn on the wind light. Puts it dead zero. Hayden, 17 to the bad side. So Hayden will head to the buyback window, and Dave will come around for round 2 as Stephen Papa Jr., 891 in the Mustang, and Robert Jackson Jr., 660 in the Jolly Roger Vega. Vega on the chase, had the big advantage on the starting line and going to turn on the wind light. Robert was 22, take 21, and he's 5 above 7. Had a lot of room because Steven was 55 on the tree. Robert moves on. Dean Tabor, the Honey Badger, 575 in the Nova, and Chris Arnett, 661 in the 1970 Chevelle. Chris been doing a lot of testing, getting some new suspension worked out on that car. Here comes Tabor. Advantage Arnett, wind light Tabor. Dean, 34, take 20 to be 1 above 6. Arnett was 21 on the tree, but way above, 65 with a 9 on the 61. No good. Dean Tabor for the win. John Floyd Jr. in the Chevy truck. He's dialed 926. And Zach Zerbrug, 647 in the Camaro. Big head start for John Floyd, but he's no stranger to driving from the front. He turns on a lot of wind lights in that thing. Here comes Zerbrug. Got a lot of work to do. John Floyd Jr. doesn't mess that up very often. He's 14, take 2, 3 above 4. Zach missed it. 51 on the tree. Breaks it out a thou to still be 2 thou behind. As Tyler Hereford in the white Camaro dialed 840. And Brandon Wilkinson, 614 in the Cascade trailer sales side. We work our way through round number 1, non-electronics. Wilkinson on the chase, big advantage to Hereford, wind light to Wilkinson. He's 72, take 26 for the win. Hereford Had him doubled up on the tree plus some, 34, but gets way behind, and the win light shines for Brandon Wilkinson. Frank Pruitt, Ken O'Keefe. Pettit on the chase, advantage to O'Keefe, win light O'Keefe. He's 28, take 6 to be 2 above 6. Pettit 53 on the tree, dead 7, just missed it up front. And Ken O'Keefe gonna turn on the win light. Bring up a couple bottom bulb hitters right here. Ron Park, 722 in the brown Duster, and Jed Biscay, 908 in that Mustang. Advantage Biscay, win light Biscay. He's 41, take 15 to be 1 above. Parks missed it, 60 and dead 6. So Phil Lang, 688 in the Blue Nova. Worked through some mechanical issues yesterday, got that thing back in the test lane and tuned up, ready to go for the big show today. He'll face Brad Craig, 616 in the Camaro. We're coming to you live on the PNW Outlaw Media stream. Check out the YouTube presented by Sean Clark and Associates and Kid Performance and Dyno. Craig turns it red. Phil Lang, 001 up front, runs it out. 3 above 2. Craig, 6 red, dead 7, and he's in the running for the red and dead on bonus from Cramsey Innovations. As Maurice Castro in the Monte Carlo down to 890 right hand side, and Jeff Taylor, the ex-pro stock truck, about 579. Taylor picked up a win here last weekend. And something happens to Taylor. He's over a second red. Maurice Castro going to get a free ride. Justin Sibley in the shoebox, 614, and Michael Pliska, 570 in the Vega. One thou separate them up here, and the win light's going to shine for Michael Pliska. Sibley, 27, take 16 to break it out, 7 thou. Needed to take 9 thou or less. Pliska was 28, turning on the win light thanks to the breakout. And Greg Keelman wheels up the 69 Camaro in the Cascade trailer sales sign, puts a 644 on the board. 780 for the little S10 in the left-hand lane. Keelman on the chase, but he's behind up front. 19 take 32 left-hand side to be 1 above 9. Keelman missed it. 49 on the tree and 2 above 1. No good. As a pair of Fox bodies comes to the line, Eddie Brax, 803, drives that car to the track. And Henry Robertson, coming up from California, last year's non-electronics main event champion, dialed 646. Robertson on the chase, advantage Robertson, win light Robertson. 14, take 3 to be dead 9. Eddie missed it, 54 up front. Runs it under to still be behind. Henry Robertson's moving on. As Steve Erickson, 580 in the Mustang, and Kurt Landis dialed 652 right-hand side in the Chevelle. Erickson turns it 24 red. Gonna wish he had it back because Landis was 65 and 3 over. As David Chun, the bottom bulb dragster with the zoomies on it, dialed 566, takes on Robert Butler, another member of that California crew, dialed 620. Butler's brought a few rides up to the race this weekend. And David turns it red, win light, get a shine for Robert Butler. He was 14, dead 7. David would have had his work cut out for him. Clicks it red, and Robert Butler moves on. Josh Welty gonna get the single here in round number 1. Non-electronics. Throws a 616 on the board. Josh is 13 on the tree, running it down there. Gets out of it a little bit. 3 above 3 for Welty. And that will conclude round number 1 of non-electronics here on day number 1 of the main events at the Summer Showdown. Again, buybacks at the bottom of the tower. See Gwen at the bottom of the tower for buybacks. Right back into round 2. As we get ready to move in to the first round of electronics. If you're electronics blue and you're not in lanes 4 and 5, you are extremely late, and we need to get you there now, please. As I mentioned, I got my man Bob Andrews come down from Bremerton to hang out with us today. He's gonna hop on the mic here and take you through electronics.
Thanks, Troy. We're going to be moving into, so I got to move papers around, moving into electronics blue. Electronics blue, you should be in the lanes, please. Electronics blue, you should be in the lanes. Again, want to thank Kid Performance and Dyno and Sean Clark and Associates for their sponsorship of today's live feed. It's the first time I've ever been involved with one of these. It's kind of cool. Again, Electronics Blue, you should be in lanes for round number 1. Lanes 4 and 5, Electronics Blue. You should be in the lanes, please. Okay, we are currently missing 7 cars. 7 cars missing from Electronics Blue. We're currently missing 7 cars from Electronics Blue. You should be in the lanes for your round 1 of eliminations. You need to be heading that direction. Electronic Blue. We're missing 7 cars. 6 cars now. Again, if you should be in Electronics Blue, you're late. We're missing 6 of you in the staging lanes. Okay, we are still missing. We are still missing a couple of cars from Electronics Blue. We are still missing a couple of cars from Electronics Blue. If you should be in the staging lanes, you need to be heading that direction. We're missing a couple of you still. Hate for you to miss your round number 1 of eliminations. Okay, we are down to the final call. If you should be in Electronics Blue and you are not in the lanes, you're late. You need to get there now. Electronic Blue. This is your round 1 of eliminations final call. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. Need to be heading that direction, please. First pair, Electronic Blues, Jason Kelly, left lane. The Mustang down 618 against George LeBlanc in the Chevelle 66 variety, coming down from Creston, British Columbia, down 566. Again, we are in round 1 of eliminations. Electronic Blue. Make first call, non-electronic red. First call, non-electronic red to the lanes, please. It is George LeBlanc, Cascade Trailer Lane, 002 and 570 on the 566, getting the win. Left lane for Jason Kelly, 45 and 622 on the 618. Again, first call, non-electronics red, non-electronics red to lane 11, 10, 11, and 12. Non-electronics red to lanes 10, 11, and 12 for round 1. Tommy Drake Jr. left lane, dragster out of Emmett, Idaho, down 479 against Bill King. And that cool little 61 Falcon from Sandy, Oregon, down 524. Separated by 7, finish line. It is Bill King in the right lane, 13 and 526 on the 524, getting the win by 2 thousandths of a second over Tommy Drake. Tommy, 21 and 480 on the 479 at 142. I believe this is Jack Schweiger. Not sure. Not in the system. Beautiful GTO. Tower side. Should be in the running for best appearing car. Down 529 against Tom Malicki. Right, left lane from White Salmon. Out 441. Finish line. It is left lane. Tom Malicki, 16 and 443 on the 441, getting the win by 9 thousandths of a second over that GTO. GTO goes 530 on the 529. Ken Swale left lane. The Capri out of Oregon City, down 587 against Scott Nusiforo, the 80 Monza out of Sherwood, Oregon, down 545. Finish line. It's Ken Swale, 005 and 589 on the 587 at 113, getting the win. Scott Nusiforo, left lane, was 30 and 545 on his 545. Paul Nero, left lane, out of Aurora, Oregon, down 464 against Giovanni Kalecki. Dragster out of Maple Valley, down 480. Finishing that line, it's Paul Nero, 003 and 465 on the 464, getting the win. Giovanni, 30 and 481 on the 480. Again, non-electronics red, non-electronics red. Round number 1 of eliminations. You should be heading to the lanes. Non-electronics red. Round number 1 of eliminations. To 10, 11, and 12. We're going to go down, check the racing surface real quick. Again, non-electronics red. Your round number 1 of eliminations. You should be heading to 10, 11, and 12. Let everybody know we still have T-shirts and hats. Event T-shirts and hats still available in the tower, $20 for each. It's a cash-only deal. We don't have the credit card abilities up here, so cash only, $20. Event T-shirts or hats. Logan Scrivener. And check the track surface. Logan Scrivener, 477 dial for the dragster out of Sherwood, Oregon, Dustin Wirtz. The 63 Corvette Roadster from Nampa, Idaho, dialed 513. One thou separates them in a great race. It's Dustin Wirtz, 003, dead 7, 10 total, getting a win at 135. Left lane for Logan Scrivener was 002 and 480 on the 477. Danny Warnier, beautiful red Nova, left lane, down to 492 against Enoch Carter. The black El Camino from Buckley, Washington, down 607. Again, non-electronics red. Non-electronics red. You should be in lanes for round number 1. Non-electronics red. You should be in the lanes. Enoch goes 5 red, handing the win to Danny Warnier. Danny, 008 and 493 on the 492. 143 gets the win. Enoch, 5 red and 611 on the 607. And remember, racers, you can buy back into round number 2. Buyback available down behind the tower. Next pair up, Eric Dodge, left lane. The black Nova out of Boring, Oregon, out 5:30 against Dustin Schroeder. The 56-210 out of Powell Butte, Oregon, out 5:71. Eric Dodge goes 6 red to Dustin Schroeder. Gets the win 25 and off the gas 609 at 87 miles an hour. And left lane for Eric Dodge, 530. On the 530 was 6 red. We're just doing a little check of the track surface. Again, non-electronics red. You should be heading the lanes if you're not there for round number 1 of eliminations. Non-electronics red.
get this mess cleaned up here. I want to take this opportunity once again to thank everybody out here racing with us today. Really appreciate you spending your time and your money here with us as we work to continue to build this event, to build this culture. As you know, in the Pacific Northwest, big money bracket racing is not something that is done very often. So as we do this too, we continue to grow and learn and appreciate the feedback that we've been getting from the racers, and certainly have a long running list of notes, and appreciate that. We're having a great time out here. Racing's been great so far. We'll get this track cleaned up. Want to take an opportunity to thank some of our partners here. Obviously for the live stream, if you're not so yeah, for our live stream, we really appreciate PNW Outlaw Media being out here broadcasting this all day today, all day tomorrow on their YouTube page. So do us a favor, log into YouTube, check out the PNW Outlaw Media page, and share the event. They've got a live stream scheduled for tomorrow already, so there's a link that can be shared. We're streaming right now. Share it out to your family and friends so they can watch what's going on. And all of that coverage is courtesy of Sean Clark and Associates and Kid Performance and Dyno, stepped up to the plate to help us out with that. I really appreciate their support of this event. Obviously, Dave Barcelone's Trucktown, your presenting sponsor here today, perennial supporter of bracket racing across the Pacific Northwest and beyond. Really nice to see Dave and Don out here racing, have that camp out here hanging out with us, and can't say enough how much we appreciate them. Got a lot of prizes that we're going to hand out through the rest of the weekend from other partners who've stepped up to hang out with us. This is Bracket Racing Elite, Drag Champ Pro, Champs Performance Parts. Of course, Kelly Griggs Racing got the closest margin of victory. Bonuses coming at you today. Cramsey Innovations, maker of the overthrow, long throw, trans brake button. Amborn Family Racing, 1 ounce silver coins for the first 6 trip zip reaction times, and a 5 ounce silver bar for the first perfect run, if there is one. Dialed In Details. Chris Whitfield's got a great thing going on with Dialed In Details, and the best appearing door car, best appearing dragster today will receive a Dialed In Details bracket box full of all kinds of great products to keep your hot rod, your RV, your boat, or your tow rig looking fresh. Premier Auto and Marine, based out of Albany, Oregon, racer owned and operated. We're going to do a random drawing this weekend for a $500 gift certificate to Premier Auto and Marine that you can use towards shop labor. We've even got international support. Torque Calibration Services of Australia, owned by a top sportsman racer down there in Australia, helps out with a lot of the Australian Nitro team. Happened to get to know Matt Clark over the years, and he wanted to support this event. So he sent me up a custom engraved Warren & Brown Tools deflecting beam torque wrench. This thing is beautiful. The Precision Performer Award that'll be awarded to the racer with the smallest total package. Bird Dog Glass made the beautiful trophies that we have here today. If you like hand-blown glass art of all kinds, Bird Dog Glass makes some beautiful stuff. Based out of La Grande, Oregon. They got a really cool Facebook page. We handed 2 of those out last night, right before we did the practice tree race that was presented by Rose City Garage Door. So we really appreciate that. 717L to your car, please. Number 717L to your car, please. Thank you. As they continue to work on the track, wanted to remind anybody who's interested in a shirt or hat, we got event shirts and hats up here in the tower. They're up in the VIP room. As soon as you come up into the tower, be the second door on your right. We've got a couple on display down at the back of the Booster Club. If you want to take a look at them, really, really nice. Shop Strange did those for us. And when you buy a piece of apparel, for every piece of apparel you buy, you get an entry into a drawing for a $500 gift certificate for screen printing and embroidery services. They also do all kinds of promotional materials for your business, cups and water bottles and pretty much anything you can put a logo or a picture on, they can do it at Shop Strange. Cutting edge equipment with AI capabilities. They can do direct to garment. They do a great job. We got really high-end shirts and high-end hats this year, so we got them up in the tower. They're $20 a piece. Come up and see us. We'll get you taken care of. We'll get your name in a drawing for a $500 gift certificate to Shop Strange. They have locations in Portland and Boise, and they ship internationally. So no matter where you are, Shop Strange, their design and print team can get you taken care of. in addition to being our presenting sponsor for the event, Dave Barcelone's Trucktown also sponsored our Racer Appreciation Dinner tonight. 1 plate per race entry. As advertised on the flyer, 1 per race entry. We'll serve that over at Jimmy's Wheelie Bar. We did not anticipate the concessions having to be closed this weekend, obviously, so I understand that presents some challenges here, but Lupita's will also be open. Corn dogs will be open for everybody else. If we have any leftover from the catered meal, then we'll just distribute that when we cross that bridge when we get there. But one dinner per race entry, as we have it on the flyer here. So we're going to have that delivered around 5 o'clock. Get it all set up with the caterer, and then we'll serve that starting right around 5:30 this evening over at Jimmy's Wheelie Bar. All right, looks like we're getting pretty close here to firing folks back up. We're checking with the two drivers that are our next pair. So if you took a break, got out of your car, took your coat off, took your helmet off, let's get suited back up. We're about to get this thing fired back up. Got the track cleaned up and ready to go. I see the signal from the starter and the pipes are hot. So we're back underway here in round number 1 of electronics. So Mike Nicholson, Ricky Johnson, Mike styled 518 in the right, Ricky 654 in the Pontiac. Oh, nope, that's a Chevy. Green lights a pair and 2,000 separate them. Here comes Nicholson, win light to Johnson. He's 16, take 27 from the 655 with a 3 on the 654. Nicholson 18 and 3 over. Not going to get it done. As Kevin Shear in the S10 dialed 617 in the Cascade trailer sales lane, and Earl Griffith throws a 630 on the board with the Nova and the Napa Auto Parts side. And Kevin clicks it 006 red. Earl Griffith's going to get a free ride to round number 2. Red and Dead 3, Kevin Shear in the running for the Red and Dead on bonus for Cramsey Innovations. As Bill Hurd in the Pinto, dialed 564. That is one fast Ford Pinto. And Kevin Huffington, dialed 683 in the Nova. And here comes Hurd. He's got his work cut out for him. Wind light gonna shine for Bill Hurd. Kevin was 006 on the tree, takes 39 at the stripe to break it out 6 foul. Had to take 33 or less. Hurd 30, dead 9, getting the wind light as Riley Learcamp pulls the drag strap down 461 in the Cascade trailer sales side. And John Floyd in the Nova. Down 738. John wheeling a couple different rigs here today. Got the Nova out, got the big truck out. Trying to go some rounds as we work our way towards $10,000 here on Saturday at the 2nd Annual Summer Showdown presented by Dave Barcelone's Truck Town. Green light's a pair, but one of them starts with a 1. Wind light for Riley Learcamp. He's 5, take a bunch, and he's way over. But that's okay, because John Floyd's reaction time was 172. Broke it out 3, and he's still 138 thou behind. John's going to wish he had that one back. As Jesse DiBartolo pulls the drag strap down 492. And Rodney Souza Rod in the sweet 57 Chevy Roadster dialed 608 in the Napa Auto Parts side. Just 4th thou between them. DiBartolo, win light gonna shine. He's 32, take a bunch to be over. Something happened with Rod. He's 28 on the tree and 3/10 over the dial. That's a matchup right here. Some heavy hitters. Dylan Howe dialed 450, left-hand side. And Don Septon, the Trucktown Missile, out of Bremerton, Washington. Part of that Dave Barcelone's Trucktown squad. Two guys that know how to boogie. To the top end, advantage Sefton, win light Howe. Dylan, 27, take 4 to be 1 above 8. Don had him on the tree, 009. Looks like he gave it back, 004. The win light shines for Dylan Howe. So he's moving on to round 2. We got Kurt Gross, Andy Morris. Kurt, 483 on the dial. Andy Morris, 480 left-hand side. 11th thou separate him. Advantage to Morris. Win light Morris. He's 5. Take 10 to be dead 7 and 12 total. Kurt, 16 on the tree, runs dead 6 to be 22 total and 10 thou behind. Heck of a lap by both racers there. Andy Morris getting the nod to round number 2. And Jeremy Weaver, he's dialed 445 in the right-hand lane. Coming out of Puyallup, Washington, 23 Race Tech. And Mia Hengas in the 07 Mullis, dialed 466 in the left, coming out of Olympia, Washington. Something happened with Jeremy, rolled through the beams, and Amelia Hengas is going to turn on the win light. 27, 1 above. Selena Linehan backs it up after the burnout. She's dialed 512 coming out of Kirkland, Washington. Selena turns on a lot of wind lights across the Northwest. So does Gary Warnier, dialed 552 out of Kaiser in that beautiful 67 Chevelle. He'll get 4/10 before Selena lets it loose, try to run him down. Green lights a pair and 9 thou separate them. Here comes Linehan. Win light to Selena. 21, take 11 to be 2 above 2. Gary was 30 and 2 above 4. That's not going to get it done, and Selena's moving on to round number 2. Another big matchup right here, round number 1. Stephanie Nath, right-hand side. She's your inaugural champion here at the Summer Showdown last year. Wrecked shop all the way through. in the first running of this event. And to her left, it's the $1 million man, Cooper Chun. He's dialed 498 in the Mullis. There's a bounty on Stephanie's head right now too, $50. The first person to take Stephanie out of competition here this weekend. Cooper Chun looking to do that. One hun between them, going to be just about heads up. To the top end, advantage Chun, win light Chun. 16, take 5 to be 1 above 8. Stephanie missed it just a little bit. 36 on the tree, runs it dead 3. And she's 5 thou behind. Cooper Chun will pick up the bounty on Stephanie and move it on to round number 2. Attention in the pits, we have a racer in need, Enoch Carter, looking for a transmission cooler. If you got a transmission cooler, you think you might be able to help out Enoch Carter, he's looking for one. And that'll kick us off back to non-electronics. So we'd like to call electronics red to the lanes 4 and 5, please. First call electronics red to the lanes 4 and 5. Frank Sukos turns at 32 red. Cliff Hall going to pick up the win light. Tough break for Frank. Once again, electronics red will take you to lanes 4 and 5 as we kick things off with our second group of non-electronics here in round 1 on Saturday. John Whitby, 783, right-hand side. Getting chased by Anthony Welty. He's got a 694 on the board. And Anthony's going to turn on the win light. John missed it, 191 on the tree. That's a tough hole to dig yourself out of. Anthony turning on the electricity and moving on to round number 2. That'll bring up Derek Jackson, the winningest racer in Woodburn drag strip history. Dialed 689, former world champ. And Emily Tagon dialed 723 in the El Camino. Jackson on the chase, advantage to Emily, win light to Emily. 6 take 4, heck of a lap. I'm going to pass the mic back to Bob Andrews for just a minute here as I go help somebody handle some business.
Dean Tabor, left lane, 69 Nova out 577 against James Hereford. Out of the long view in the 67 Camaro out 598. Separated by 12 down here, finish line. It is left lane, Dean Tabor 007 and 578 with 1 on the 577 gets the win. Right lane for Jimmy. 19 and 601 on the 598. Michael Johnson, left lane. The Firebird dialed 650 against Greg Hereford. In the 72 Vega dialed 670. red light for Michael Johnson. So Greg Hereford, your winner. 670 dial goes 673. 103 miles an hour left lane. Red, and 649 on the 650. Tim Berg, left lane, 72 Nova down 667 against Sean Cherubi. Again, beautiful 66 Mustang. Tower side, the Cascade lane down 654. Yeah, Nova. Napa Auto Parts lane down 667, the 66 Mustang. Cascade trailer lane down 654. At finish, it is Tim Berg, left lane, getting the win, 670 at 100 miles an hour on the 667. Right lane was late, and 656 on the 654. Brad Craig, left lane, 67 Camaro out of Bonnie Lake, Washington, dialed 619 against Darwin LaFord. Right lane in the Camaro down to 628. Brad Craig, your winner, 001 and 620 on the 619, gets it done at 108 miles an hour. Darwin LaFord, right lane, 36 and 630 on the 628. Alan Snyder, 673 dial. Glenn Davis, 630's the dial. Glenn turns it 6 red. Alan Snyder, 008 and 668 on the 673, gets the win. Right lane for Glenn, off the gas, 645 on the 630. Electronics red. Electronics red, you should be in lanes 4 and 5. Electronics red, you should be in lane 4 and 5. Casey Allen left lane, the 79 Monza from Canvas down 645 against Zach Zerbrug, the 68 Camaro down 649. Zach goes 3 red, so Casey, your winner, 646 on the 645 at 101 miles an hour. Zach, 3 red and 648 with a 1 on the 649. Jeff Taylor left lane. The pro stock truck down 580 against Jessica King right lane. The Nova out of Sandy, Oregon down 659. Finish line in a double breakout. It's the left lane. Jeff Taylor under by 1. Gets the win. Right lane. 003 and way under 652 on the 659. Jennifer Morton left lane. The 73 Nova from Silver Creek, Washington down 591 against Jason Harmon. The 86 Firebird down 654. Jennifer turns on the red light. Jason Harmon, your winner, 653 with a 3 on the 654, 103 miles an hour. Jennifer Morton left lane. Red and 603 off the gas on the 591. Jed Biscay left lane. The Mustang down 909 against Kip Poole. The C10 truck out of Paulsbo down 791. Finish line, it's Jed Biscay, 909 on the 909, getting the win at 79 miles an hour. Kip Poole right lane, 794 on the 791. Mike Pliska left lane. The Vega out of Happy Valley, Oregon down 571 against Eddie Brax. The Mustang from Portland down to 801. Separated by 2 at the starting line. It is Mike Pliska, your winner. 572 on the 571 at 113. Eddie Brax, right lane, 803 on the 801. Phil Lang, left lane, 70 Nova out of Hillsboro. Down 693 against Carl Hurt in the Challenger. From Eugene down 732. It's Carl Hurt, the winner. Better reaction times, 23 and 733 on the 32, gets the win, left lane. Broke out, 690 on the 693. Brandon Wilkinson, left lane, 616 dial against Justin Sibley in the 56 Chevrolet down 611. Remember, buybacks. Buybacks are available. Gwen's down at the base of the tower, sitting in the shade a little bit. Might be a little hard to see, but she's there, sitting out of the sun. So buybacks available outside, base of the tower. She's sitting in the shade. Right lane, Justin Sibley, the winner, 24 and 6:13 on the 6:11. Gets it done. Left lane, Brandon Wilkinson, 68 and 6:17 on the 6:16. Maurice Castro, left lane. Monte Carlo down 8:88 against Dave Barcelone. The 67 out of Bremerton down 6:18. That's like 2.7 second wait. And finish lines, Dave Barcelone. Better reaction time, got that one, goes 6:22 on the 6:18 at 105 miles an hour. Maurice Castro got there first and broke out. 8:84 on the 8:88. John Floyd, left lane. The diesel truck dialed 9:28 against Kurt Landis. The 69 Chevelle dialed 6:57. Kurt Landis trying to run down the diesel truck. Doesn't get there. John Floyd, 50 and dead on with a 7. 9:28 with a 7. On the 9:28 gets it done. Right lane for Kurt Landis. 67 and 6:57 on the 6:57. Steven Erickson, left lane, the Mustang from Scappoose, dialed 6 flat against Robert Jackson Jr. in the Vega, dialed 6:63. Again, racers, the buyback window is open outside, down at the base of the tower. She's sitting in the shade. She is there. It's Robert Jackson Jr. getting the win, 61 on the tree and 7:29 off the gas at 101. Left lane broke out, 5:98 on the 6 flat. David Shun, left lane, the dragster dialed 5:66 against Dylan Haug. The 20 Copo Camaro dialed 5:78. Dylan Haug turns on the red light, goes 7 red. So David Shun, the winner. 5:65 on the 5:66 at 121. Dylan, right lane, 5:81 on the 5:78. Yeah, the electronics red, you should be in the lanes. Electronics red, you should be in the lanes. David Meyer, the Cavalier, left lane down 590. Right lane, Hayden Amborn, the Wheelman, down 654. And it is David Meyer getting the win. Slightly better on the reaction time, 24, and goes 592 on the 590 at 115. Hayden, 36 and 657 on the 654.
So that'll conclude round one for non-electronics. Once again, buybacks are at the base of the tower. Gwen's sitting back in the shade because it's a little toasty out there. Remember, buybacks will go straight into second round, so you'll just go right back in the lanes. It'll be random pairings once again, no re-entry round. So see Gwen at the bottom of the tower if you want to buy back. She'll get you set up, and then you're back in the show. We're about to run electronics red out of lanes 4 and 5. So if you are in electronics red and you are not in lanes 4 and 5, you better get there quick. We're going to tune up the track just a little bit, and then we'll get right back to it as we continue here on Saturday. $10,000 to win in electronics, $5,000 in non-electronics here at the Summer Showdown, presented by Dave Barcelone's Trucktown. Streaming this thing on PNW Outlaw Media YouTube page. Go check that out, like and subscribe, share that out to some friends. That live stream presented by Sean Clark and Associates, Kid Performance and Dyno. Bringing something new here with the live stream, and Andrew's got the images dialed in. He's got cameras all up and down the racetrack, multiple different angles, and the feed looks great. So really stoked to have that out here this year. Reminder, anybody in the pits, if you're having trouble hearing the PA and you have an FM radio, this does broadcast on 90.1 on your FM dial. I know the corn dog stands are open. Jimmy's Wheelie Bar is open. Lupita's is open. So if you need something to snack on, you need an ice cold Coors Light product or a bottle of water or something like that, you can go see them over there. Also, last call for the Pro Shop, closing in 15 minutes. The Pro Shop is the store over on the pit side, back side of the bleachers. They've got Woodburn drag strip apparel, memorabilia, souvenirs. So last call for the Pro Shop over on the pit side behind the grandstands. They'll close that up in about 15 minutes. Hope everyone's staying hydrated out there. I know that sun is a little bit angry today, so please stay hydrated, take good care of yourselves, grab some shade. Air conditioners are on in the wheelie bar if you need to cool down a little bit. And if you have something come up, you have some sort of issue, we do have medical staff here at the track, so let us know if you need some help. We'll get you taken care of. Just get a hold of us up here in the tower, get a hold of your nearest track official, let us know what you need, and we'll get you taken care of. So we're going to run electronics red here in a minute. And after electronics red, we're going to run a test lane, but we've only got a couple cars. So then we'll go right back to the top of the order for round 2 in non-electronics blue. So if you bot back, turn it, cool it, fuel it, and be ready to answer the call, because the test lane does not have very many cars in it today. It's not going to provide a lot of filler at this point. So once you get bot back in, get right back to it, because we're going to move right back to the top of the order. So we kick things off here. Bottom of the order, electronics coming to the line. The fastest car on property, right-hand side, it's Chad Riley. He's got that door car dialed 423. Top sportsman car with the big old turbocharger on it. Beautiful, beautiful machine. And Robert Butler to his left dialed 620 in the Chevelle. Robert coming out of Citrus Heights, California. Chad coming down to see us from Benton, Washington. He's going to wait 2 seconds while Robert wheels that Chevelle down the track, and then he's going to turn that big tire monster loose. Green lights a pair, 14th thou between them. Wind light gonna shine for Robert Butler. He's 39, take 90. Riley missed it, 53 and way above. Looks like it shook down there a little bit, got a little wiggly on him. So the wind light shines for Robert Butler. Michael Householder and Tommy Drake Jr. Householder's away. We're both clean and green. 12th thou between them. Here comes Drake. Wind light to Drake. He's 41, take 24 to be one above 5. Householder missed it. 53 on the tree and above. No good. 648 on the 646. To bring up Henry Robertson, last year's non-electronics champion right here at the Summer Showdown. He's dialed 646. Wally Cronin to his left, coming out of Tacoma, Washington, in that 71 Dodge Dart. He's dialed 632 on the Napa Auto Parts side. Wally Cronin's in big trouble. Henry's not going to mess that up. He's 11, take 73 to be way above. Wally missed it, 57 up front, and it didn't really matter after that. Henry Robertson moving on to round number 2. So Richard Dietrich, one of the biggest door cars on property, 550 in that big yellow 41 coupe in the Cascade trailer lane. And Chase Learcamp, dialed 458 in the dragster. '06 Mullis ride. Learcamp on the chase, advantage Learcamp, win light Learcamp. 14, take 14 to be one above 2. Dietrich, 45 and 5 thou under to be 14 thou behind. And Chase Learcamp's moving on. As Logan Scrivener and Dustin Wirtz come to the line. Logan doubled deep here last year. Logan's dialed 480. Dustin Wirtz in the Roadster dialed 514. And Logan Scrivener turns at 12 thou red. Dustin Wirtz was 002, dead 3 to be 5 total. Dustin Wirtz is dialed in today. Logan Scrivener's going to drop that one. Man, oh man. 5 total for Dustin Wirtz when he didn't have to be. So that'll bring up Ken Swale, 588 in the Capri. And Sandy Nero, 472. And that Rad Torque Tools supported dragster. Husband Paul looking on from the starting line. To the top end, advantage Swale, win light to Swale. Sandy was 24 on the tree, takes 47 to break it out. Swale, 14 and 3 above for the win. Non-electronics blue, round 2, will take you to the staging lanes. 10, 11, and 12. Non-electronics blue to the staging lanes will take you to 10, 11, and 12. Nick Carr killing the tree, 005, and puts it 1 above 8. Eric was 14 on the tree, takes 17 at the stripe to break it out 8 thou. Needed to take 9 thou or less. And Nick Carr's moving on. So Dwayne Fielder in the T-top, Trans Am. He's dialed 647 in the Napa Auto Parts side. And J.D. Kalechi, 482 in the dragster on the Cascade Trailer Sales side. Pretty nice looking hot rod that JD's wheeling. Green light's a pair and Dwayne Fielder's in trouble. Win light to Kalechi. He's 16, take a bunch to be way over. Fielder missed it, 88 up front. And that was all she wrote. JD's not going to mess that one up, and he's moving on to round 2. As Dustin Schroeder and Chad Wahlberg come to the line. Chad, 607 in the Mustang on the Napa Auto Parts side. Schroeder, 571 in the shoebox. .540 cubic inches under the hood of that Chevy. Dustin's got some work to do, and he gets it done. 75, take 4 to be 1 above 7. Wahlberg, 35, and messed it up on the big end. Dustin Schroeder getting away with one. As Cooper Chun rolls it up to the starting line, dialed 498, collected the bounty from Stephanie Nass in his previous entry, and Kirby Olmstead. Really nice looking 68 Camaro. He's dialed 577. Cooper Chun on the chase. Big advantage on the reaction time. Win light to Cooper Chun in a double breakout. Coops 11, take 12 to break it out 8 thou. Kirby 59 on the tree. Breaks it out a bunch to be 12 thou behind. Cooper Chun moving on. Tom DiBartolo, 460 right-hand side in the dragster. And Danny Wargnier, 494 in this beautiful 67 Chevy 2. Danny laid down a 1 total in round 2 of the Gamblers yesterday. He was a contender for our best appearing door car here today. And we do have some winners for that. And I'll announce those here in a little bit. $13 thou between them, win like gonna shine for Tom DiBartolo. He's 21, take 5 to put a 461 on the board on the 460 dial. Danny was 34, dead 4, and 5 thou behind. So Kevin Hansen, he's down 557. That beautiful old school Daytona. Mike Nicholson, 523 in the left. 5 thou between them, it's filthy. Win night gonna shine for Nicholson. He's 7, take 4 to be 1 above 4. Hansen, 002 and 2 above 3 to be 4 thou behind. Those guys were driving it at the stripe. As Julie Adams in the family S10 comes to the line, out 638, the Cascade Trailer Sales Lane. And Don Sefton, the Trucktown Missile. He's down 447 on the left. Don races just about every chance he gets. Matter of fact, I think it's Tracy DePeel in the truck today. Not Julie. Julie drove yesterday. Big advantage for Sefton. Win light for Sefton. He's 004, take 19 for the win. Tracy missed it, 40 on the tree to put it dead 8. That car, that truck has been printing slips all weekend long. Just missed it on the front end. Don Sefton's going to move on with that entry. So Stephanie Nass dialed 498 in the left, and Tyler Mira 472 in the Cascade Trailer Sales Lane. Motorcycle test. If you want to test, please, motorcycle test. We'll take you. Motorcycle test. If you want to test, we'll take you now. Oh, Tyler missed it big time, and the win light's going to shine for Stephanie. She's 32, take a bunch. And she had a lot of room to do it. Tyler's 134 on the tree, breaks it out to still be way behind. Tough break for Tyler, but Stephanie's moving that entry on to round number 2. I'm assuming Enoch Carter must have found a transmission cooler because he is in the left lane down 611 in that El Camino. That was kind of a Hail Mary of a parts call, but glad that he's got that car rolling. And Roderick Wilkie, down 534 in the right. Roderick went way deep in the 15K race last year at the Lucas Oil race presented by Cascade Truck Sales. Seventh out between them. Wilkie's got him doubled up, but the win light's going to shine for Enoch Carter. He's 14. As Wilkie breaks it out, 007 take 43 to break it out 23. He needed to take 20 or less. So Enoch Carter's going to move that El Camino on to round number 2. And that'll bring up Brian Howe. Got his first bracket win yesterday in the Electronics Gambler. Parked that dragster right there in the winner's circle. Picked up the $2,000 check and the trophy. very first bracket win. He does it different. He starts in top alcohol and then moves into bracket racing. There's 16 thou between them. Win light shines for Andy Morris. Brian breaks it out. 53, missed it up front. He's 8 thou under and still 4 thou behind. Morris, 37, dead 4 to turn on the win light. Got another parts call. Racer in need. Nick Carr is looking for a 22.5 by 4.5 15-inch front tire. 22.5 by 4.5 front tire for a 15-inch wheel. Nick Carr, racer in need. 22.5 by 4.5 15-inch front tire. Nick Carr is looking for one.
Last pair down. Ty Gaynor getting the win. 490 on the 489 was 003 on reaction time. Kurt Gross. Left lane down 483. Right lane Kevin Huffington. 682 is the dial of the Nova. It is Kurt Gross 004 and 485 on the 483 getting the win. Right lane for Kevin Huffington. 687 on the 682. Non-electronics blue, need you the lanes please for round number 2. Remember, if you bought back in to non-electronics blue, this includes you. Non-electronics blue, lane 10 and 11 please. Non-electronics blue, 10 and 11. Remember, if you bought back in, this includes you. If you bought back into non-electronics blue, this is your call for round number 2 as well. Jeremy Weaver, left lane out of Puyallup, down 446 against Dustin Henches. Cascade Trailer lane down to 470. And it's Dustin Henches 008 and 472 on the 470 getting the win. Left lane for Jeremy Weaver, 40 and 447 on the 446. Remember, electronic buyback. If you're going to buy back in, down at the bottom of the tower, she's down there in the shade. Go say hi, buy back in to the program. Buy right back into round number 2. She's available at the base of the tower. She's sitting in the shade. You can buy back into round number 2.
And a reminder, if you want to get into the Joker's Jackpot second chance race, we will be doing entries in the same place as the buybacks after second round. You cannot have any entries in competition if you want to enter the Joker's Jackpot. So this is for racers who are no longer in competition whatsoever. You are eligible for the Joker's Jackpot race. First 16 to sign up in electronics and non-electronics will get in. It's $60 buy-in, $500 to win, $250 to runner-up, and round 1 of the Joker's Jackpot will tag on right after round 3 of the main event. So Joker's Jackpot will open up after round 2. You must be eliminated from competition completely to enter that race. $60 buy-in, $500 to win, $250 to runner-up, and round 1 of that race will happen immediately after round 3 of the main event races.
Yeah, non-electronics blue, round number 2, you should be in lanes 10 and 11. Non-electronics blue should be in lanes 10 and 11. And if you bought back into non-electronics blue, this means you as well. Non-electronics blue, 10 and 11 for round number 2. Just remember, too, your buyback is right back in the second round, so don't be looking for a re-entry round because there will not be one. If you bought back, you just get right back into round 2, random pairings just like you would, and you keep on rolling. So buybacks, anybody still trying to buy back, they're at the bottom of the tower. Gwen's sitting there at a table in the shade. Go get with her, she'll get you set up, and then be ready because we'll just keep going through the run order, and you'll be running in the same color that you bought back into. Whatever you lost, that's what you're buying back into, and we'll just keep calling you like we did. So there is no re-entry round.
We're going to fire them up for round 2, non-electronics blue out of lanes 10 and 11. So if you bought back or you're just in it still and you're not in lanes 10, 11, or 12, you're late. So get there quick. Buybacks continue for the last couple classes down at the bottom of the tower. After you get back in, be ready to answer the call because you're just right back in with your group for round 2, and we'll continue working through the order. Again, if you want to get in the Joker's Jackpot race, entries for that will open after second round. We'll give a minute for a couple people to park, but we'll take the first 16 on either side, and then that race will start right after round 3 of the main events. But if you're bought back in, we're about to start round number 2 with non-electronics. And that'll give us Greg Keelman, 646, the 69 Camaro on the right-hand side, and Cliff Hall in the red rope. There's not many cars that make better-looking race cars than a 64 Falcon. He's dialed 673. And at this time, we'll make the call for electronics blue to 4 and 5, electronics blue to lanes 4 and 5. Wheels up for Greg Keelman. Keelman with the advantage and the win light. Greg's 24, take 15 to be dead 4. Cliff missed it a little bit, 45 up front. Breaks it out 2 thou and still 15 thou behind. As Casey Allen makes a run at the best burnout, 646 in the Monza. And Steve Kelly, been on an absolute heater this race season. He picked up a win last night in the non-electronics gambler. And he's going to get a round win right here. Casey is going to wish he had that one back. He clicks it 1 thou red, and Steve was 40. Tough break for Casey Allen. But Steve Kelly's got the mojo right now, and he's moving on as Robert Jackson pulls up in the Jolly Roger Vega Cascade Trailer Sales lane, dialed 663. And Shelby Welty throws a 690 on the board in the Napa Auto Parts side in the Love Truck. Robert trying to chase her down. Didn't do himself any favors on the light. Shelby's going to turn on the wind light. She was 66 on the tree, takes 33. But that's okay because Robert's reaction time started with a 1. So Shelby moving on to round number 3. Once again, electronics blue, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5. Electronics blue, we will take you to lanes 4 and 5, please. So Ron Park, 723, swapping feet in the Duster. And Brad Craig in that 67 Camaro on the left-hand side, he's dialed 619. There's 16 thou between them. Advantage to Craig, win light to Craig. He's 9, take 25 to be dead 8 and 17 total. Ron Parks was 25 and 1 above 7, no good. Brad Craig moving on. As Blaine Robb pulls up the Fox body in the Napa Auto Parts side, he's dialed 796 out of Vancouver, Washington. And in the right-hand side, it's Hayden Amborn in the 50 Chevy truck, dialed 654. And Blaine turns it red, so the win light's going to shine for Hayden. He was 14, running it out to be dead 8. Looks like Hayden's back on track. 14 dead 8 on his free pass to move that entry into round number 3. So Rick Sales, Napa Auto Parts side, in that 65 GMC pickup, the Radial Flyer, he's dialed 648. And Brandon Wilkinson in the Nova, dialed 616 to Wilkinson. 23, take 34 to be 3 above. Sales missed it, 67 and 2 above. Couple Chevelles coming to the line. Kenny O'Keefe dialed 758 in the 69 Malibu. And it is a beautiful car. Chris Arnett, 661 in his 70 Chevelle. Been doing a lot of testing. He completely changed that suspension this off season. He's been testing that black car for weeks and weeks. Trying to go some rounds here on Saturday for $5,000. And he's gonna get at least one more as Kenny turns it 4th out red. So Chris will come back around as Jimmy Hereford in the Ford Fever Fairlane, dialed 790. Josh Welty, the Big Tire Love Truck, dialed 621, coming out of Roseburg, Oregon. $4,000 difference. Here comes Welty. Win light, Welty. 36, take 27 to be dead 3. Hereford was 32 on the tree. Gets behind, 793 with a 4 on the 790. Not going to get it done. Josh Welty's coming around for round 3 as John Floyd brings the big diesel truck to the line, dialed 929. That's a bona fide race truck right there. Parked it in the winner's circle many a times. Frank Pettit in the Malibu, dialed 693. Pettit on the chase, advantage, Pettit, win light, Pettit. He's 4, take 4 to be 4 above. Floyd missed it, 43 on the tree, but he puts it dead 6. Nice little lap by Frank Pettit, seeing it on both ends and turning on the win light as David Chun, the bottom bulb dragster, dialed 566. And Zach Zerbrug, 649 in the 68 Camaro. Big advantage to Zerbrug. Win light shines for David Chun. Zach's 40 takes 63 to break it out 8 foul. Needed to take 55 or less Chun missed it, 73, but the win light shines thanks to Zach's breakout. As Kip Poole in the square body, squaring up against Henry Robertson. Henry dialed 645 in the Fox body. Kip throws a 794 on the Napa Auto Parts scoreboard. Two fouls separate them. To the top end we go. Here comes Robertson, Winlight Robertson. Kip was 8 on the tree, breaks it out. Henry was 6, hard on the brakes to be 1 above 2 and turn on the Winlight as he's 24 thou behind to Kip Poole's breakout. So we'll see Henry in round number 3. Tyler Hereford, 849 in the left. Matt Keelman, 633 in the wheel stand at Nova. Regulars here at Woodburn, regulars up at PIR. Matty will throw that thing in Super Street from time to time. And Keelman turns it 1 thou red. Oh, he's going to want that one back. Hereford, 19, runs it out to be 5 under. Keelman, 1 red and way under as well. Tough break for Matt Keelman. Jeff Taylor, 579 in the Dakota truck, coming out of Forest Grove, Oregon. And Darwin LaFord, he's dialed 629 in the Camaro. And once again, Electronics Blue, you have been called. Winlight, Darwin LaFord, he's 34, take 30. 630 with a 3 on the 629. Taylor missed it, 65 and 1 above 2 to be 30 behind. And that'll end it for Jeff, at least with that entry. Kurt Landis, 657 in the Chevelle. Kevin Shear, dialed 782 in the S10. Three thou difference up front. Here comes Landis. Winlight to Shear. Landis breaks it out 4 thou, taking 3 thou. Tough race down at the big end as Shear puts it dead too. And Robert Butler and Dean Tabert square up. Dean in the Honey Badger Nova dialed 577. Robert Butler, 622 in the Cascade trailer sales side. Five thou between them, it's nasty. Here comes Tabert. Give the win light to Dean Tabert. He's 3 dead 0 to be 3 total. Butler, 8 on the tree, 9 thou under, getting there 4 thou. Dean Tabert put him in a box that there was no way out. Nice lap by Dean Tabert. As Dave Barcelone gets the tires hot. If you like Chevy 2s, that's one to go look at. Beautiful car, the original Trucktown Missile. From our presenting sponsor. And Jed Biscay. Jed's dialed 909. Dave's gonna have to wait a little while for Biscay to get that Mustang down the track. Fourth, out separate him. Barcelona on the chase. Driving the stripe, win light shines for Biscay. He's 33, take 38. Barcelona was 37, but 3 above. Staying behind. Jed Biscay turning on the win light. Two of our late arrivals yesterday. Both these guys were thrashing to make it here and got here just in the nick of time. Maurice Castro in the Monte Carlo down 884, and Michael Pliska, the Tetanus Vega, down 570. The green light's a pair, huge advantage for Michael Pliska, and he's going to turn on the win light. 3 take 59 to be 1 above. Maurice missed it, 31 on the tree, and 4 above. So Pliska brings it back around. Once again, Electronics Blue, we have called you to 4 and 5. I think most of you are there, but if you're not, please get there as soon as you can. As we finish up round number 2 of Non-Electronics Blue with Phil Lang and David Meyer. 691 for Phil in the Nova, and David Meyer 591 on the boards in that super sweet Cavalier. And Phil Lang clicks at 7th thou red. Meyer was 26, gonna run it out. Puts it dead 3. Phil Lang 5 thou under. Could have been a heck of a race right there. Tough break for Phil Lang, and that will conclude round number 2 of Non-Electronics Blue. A little bit of track prep here. Make sure this thing's dialed in as we continue on through round number 2 here on Saturday. Second annual Summer Showdown presented by Dave Barcelone's Trucktown, streaming all weekend on the PNW Outlaw Media YouTube page. Courtesy of Kid Performance and Dyno and Sean Clark and Associates. Was really looking forward to seeing Mark and Race here and seeing Sean here at the last minute. Neither of them could make it, but they were still really happy to support us, and we sure appreciate them. And I know Andrew's got some really cool shots going on the live feed today. So if you got friends or family who couldn't be here, you want to let them watch the action, PNW Outlaw Media on YouTube is where you can see it. And those burnouts will get us underway here in round number 2. Electronics Blue Group coming to the line. It's Bill King in the Falcon. He's down 5:28. Him and Jessica have been working on their 2 cars all weekend, trying to work through the rounds. Bill told me he thinks he's got her figured out. He'll face Tommy Drake Jr. out of my hometown of Emmett, Idaho, down 479 in the 22 Mullis. Big advantage for King. Win light's going to shine for Bill King. He's 24 dead 2, taking a bunch because Tommy Drake missed it. 82 up front for Tommy. And Bill's not going to mess that up very often. Couple Northwest hitters right here. It's Don Septon in the Trucktown Missile Dragster out of Bremerton, Washington. That's a 2016 TNT chassis. He's dialed 448. And JD Kalechi dialed 482 in the 2012 Phantom. Jesse DiBartolo, Scott Nusaforo. Scott turns it 1 thou red. Jesse was 14. Get himself a time run. And moved to round 3. So Jake Swiger, one of my favorite cars on property, dialed 530 in that big GTO. And Jason Kelly, he's dialed 618 left-hand side. I've been told that Jake might be our leader for the best burnout for Champs Performance $100 gift certificate. Non-electronics red, please. Non-electronics red. We will take you now to 10 and 11. Non-electronics red will take you to 10 and 11. So Paul Nero in that Rad Torque Tools supported machine out 465. Nice looking machine he rolled out this year. Got fresh paint and a lot of new chrome. Cooper Chun, 498 in the right. Cooper had 10 on him up front and puts it dead 3 to be 13 total. Paul was 20 on the tree, takes 1 thou to be 8 thou under. Cooper Chun left him no way out. So Bill Hurd, in I think the fastest Pinto I've ever seen, dialed 564. And Dustin Wirtz dialed 514 in the Roadster. The Wirtz family here on behalf of Kid Performance and Dyno. Ooh, and it's pretty nasty. Here comes Wirtz. Win light to Hurd. Bill lays down 2 total on Dustin Wirtz. My goodness, Dustin 10 on the tree, 6 thou under to be 2 thou behind. Bill Hurd with a hero run against Dustin Wirtz. Eric Dodge, 530 in the Nova. Riley Learcamp, 462 right-hand side. There's 17 thou between them. Advantage, Learcamp. Win light, Learcamp. He's 4, take 21 to be 1 above 1. Dodge, 21 on the tree and 1 above 5 to be 21 thou behind. And Riley Learcamp's going to round number 3. Once again, non-electronics red, we will take you to 10 and 11. Non-electronics red, we will take you to lanes 10 and 11. Ken Sweel, 589, the flamed out Capri, and Gary Wargnier, 552 in the Chevelle. $14 thou between them. Advantage to Sweo. Win light shines for Ken Sweo. He's 20, take 6. 591 with a 3 on the 589. Gary, 34 on the tree and 1 above 5. Not going to get it done. Ken Sweo will move on. So Tom Malicki, he's out 443 in that 2017 TNT, 665 cubes sitting behind him. And Selena Linehan out of Kirkland, Washington, she's down 513 to his right. Six thou separate them. Here comes Malicki. Win light Linehan. She's 19. Take 1 to be 1 above 2. Tom, 25, dead 7 to be 1 thou behind. Nice little lap by Selena Linehan. So Earl Griffith, Dow 631 in the Nova left-hand side. Mike Nicholson, 521 in the dragster. Eight thou separate them on the tree. Here comes Nicholson. And Mike Nicholson's going to turn on the win light because Earl Griffith breaks it out. He's 38, take 32 to break it out 7 thou. Earl needed to take 26 or less. Mike Nicholson moving on. Stephanie Nass, 499, and Dustin Schroeder in the shoebox down 571. Eight thou separate them. Nass on the chase. Win light to Schroeder. He's 14. Gets there a thou to be 2 above 3. Stephanie, 22. Gets behind a thou. 5 flat on the 499. to turn it on for Dustin Schroeder. So Kevin Shear, dialed 619 in the S10 out of Belfair, Washington. And Logan Scrivener, 480 on the 2011 American. Logan, one of the young guns out here on the West Coast, starting to really make some noise in the big money world. Logan was in a hole, but he finds a way out as Shearer breaks it out. 13 take 55 to break it out 16th thou. Needed to take 39 or less. Logan Scrivener, 43 dead 9, will get it done. Some heavy hitters here. Dylan Howe dialed 451 and Danny Wardnier dialed 494. Brian and Mindy looking on. 6th thou between them up front. Advantage Warnier, win light to Howe in a double breakout. Danny's 25, take 12 to break it out 13. Dylan, 31 on the tree and 7th thou under to turn on the win light. Nice lap by both racers there. As Kevin Huffington throws a 688 on the Cascade trailer sales board. And Ricky Johnson, 654 in the 68 Camaro. As we work our way through round number 2 here on Saturday for $10,000. Summer Showdown presented by Dave Barcelone's Truck Town. Live stream courtesy of Kid Performance and Dyno and Sean Clark and Associates. And Kevin Huffington's gonna turn it red. And Ricky Johnson's gonna come back around. Andy Morris, Amelia Henkes, bracket up. Andy dialed 477. Henkes, 468 on the boards. It is nasty. 1 thou between them. Win light to Andy Morris in a double breakout. Amelia 15, take 2 to be 1 under. Andy 14 on the tree and 7 thou under. Margin of victory 3 thou for Andy Morris. Jeremy Weaver backs up the dragster, nominee for Best Appearing Dragster today, dialed 449. And George LeBlanc, coming all the way down from Canada to have fun with us this weekend, dialed 566. Had the pleasure of talking with George quite a few times this weekend. Really nice guy. Happy to have him down here having fun with us this weekend. George LeBlanc turning on the win light. Might have missed the crossover for Jeremy. His reaction time was 1.37. LeBlanc 008 and gets out of the gas to be 2 above for the win. Tough break for Jeremy. Want to remind everybody we do have some event shirts up here in the tower. Second door on the right as you come up in the tower. $20 a piece. Really, really nice apparel. And for every piece of apparel you buy, you get an entry into a drawing for a $500 gift certificate to Shop Strange Screen Printing and Embroidery. They make really nice stuff. They've got locations in Portland and Boise, ship internationally. If it needs something printed on it, Shop Strange can do it. If you can embroider it, Shop Strange can do it. Come check out these shirts up here in the tower, $20 for shirts and hats, and get yourself an entry for a $500 gift certificate to Shop Strange.
Moving into non-electronics red for our second round. S10 truck, left lane, dial 694 against Derek Jackson. Right lane, the 78 Monza, dial to 690. Finish line, Derek Jackson, your winner, 24 and 691 on the 690. Gets it done. Left lane was 008 and can't get there. 699 on the 694. John Floyd, the diesel truck, left lane down 929 against Jason Harmon in the Firebird from Battleground down 654. Jason Harmon in wait almost 3 seconds, gets the win. He's 13 and 1 above, 655 on the 654 to get the win. Left lane for John Floyd, 63 on his reaction time and 928 on the 929. David Chun, left lane, 567 dial for the dragster. Greg Hereford, right lane, Nevada, down to 673. Greg Hereford goes 4 red. David Chun, the winner, 572 on the 567 at 110. Right lane, 4 red and 672 on the 673. Emily Taghun, the 68 El Camino, left lane, down 726 against Michael Johnson. The Pontiac Firebird, down 649. Michael Johnson trying to run down the El Camino. Gets there. Left lane had the better reaction time. Right lane gets the win. 651 on the 649. 105 miles an hour. Left lane not able to run the number. 40 on the tree and 737 on the 726. Tim Berg, left lane. Noah down 667 against Carl Hurt, the challenger. Down 732. Separated by 12 at this end. It is Tim Berg, 38 dead 0. Getting the win at 101 miles an hour. Carl Hunt, right lane. 50 and 735 on the 732. Kit Poole, left lane. The C10 out of Paulsbo, dialed 792 against Darwin LaFord in the Camaro, down 629. Yeah, and Kit Poole, C10 left lane. Darwin LaFord Camaro, the Cascade trailer lane. Darwin turns on the red light. Kit Poole gets the win. He's 005 and 789 on the 792 at 85 miles an hour. Darwin Camaro red and 631 on the 629. Alan Snyder left lane. 673 dial. James Hereford right lane. 601's the dial. Double breakout. It's James Hereford. 6 flat with a 3. 7 under. Getting the win at 109 miles an hour. Left lane breaking out by more. 669 on the 673. Casey Allen left lane. Glenn Davis right lane. The Monza left lane down 646. Glenn Davis in the little coupe down 630. It is left lane. Casey Allen 15 and 651 on the 46 getting the win. Right lane for Glenn Davis. 13 but unable to run the number. 645 on the 630. Kurt Landis, 656 dial left lane. Brandon Wilkinson, the 69 Nova Tower side. The Cascade lane down 617. Separated by 12 at this end. Finish line, it is left lane Kurt Landis, 28 dead 1, 29 total by 0.02 of a second over Brandon Wilkinson. Brandon was 16 and 618 on the 617. Frank Sakost, left lane, the Falcon, down 604. Justin Sibley, Tower side, Cascade trailer lane, down 613. Justin off the gas, coast to the win, 10 on the tree and 616 on the 613. At only 99 miles an hour. Left lane was late and 606 on the 604. Cliff Hall left lane. Coming up from Carmichael, California, down 673 for the Falcon against Sean Cherubi in the 66 Mustang. Beautiful car. Now it's 655. It is left lane, Cliff Hall, 20 And 677 on the 673 gets the win at only 96 miles an hour right lane for Sean. 658 on the 655. Dean Tabor, big pair here. Dean Tabor left lane, 577 down for the Nova against Hayden Amborn. The 50 Chevrolet down 655. Seven to foul separates them on reaction time. Finish line. It's Hayden Amborn, 20 and 1 above, getting the win. Left lane got there first by 17, broke out by 14. Hayden Amborn on to the next round. David Meyer, the Cavalier, down 591 against Zach Serberg in the Camaro, down 649. Cavalier giving chase to the Camaro. It is the Cavalier. 39, 1 above 8. Getting the win by 4 thousandths of a second over Zach Zerberg. Zach, 57 dead 4 at 100 miles an hour. Jed Biscay left lane, 909 dial, Robert Jackson Jr. 667's the dial, Robert Jackson Jr. getting a win by the red light. Goes 34 and 665 on his 667. 102 miles an hour left lane for Jed. Red and just driving, 956 on the 909. Jeff Taylor left lane. The Dakota truck out 579 against Dave Barcelone. The 67 Nova down to 617. True start win going to Dave Barcelone. 4 red beats 12 red. Dave, 4 red and 618 on the 17 gets the win. Left lane was 12 red and 582 on the 579. Michael Pliska, left lane, a veg out of Happy Valley, Oregon, down 570 against Dylan Howe in the Copo Camaro, down 582. Finish line, it is Mike Pliska, 13, dead 6. 19 total. I can do math. 19 total, 119. Right lane for Dylan. 37 and breakout, 581 on the 582. It's like Brad Craig. Single just going to break the beams, it looks like. Non-electronics blue. Non-electronics blue to the staging lanes, please. Non-electronics blue to the staging lanes.
So reminder for the Joker's Jackpot entry, it was getting a little hot out there, so we're going to move the entries for the Joker's Jackpot up to the tower. So just come up the stairs and set it to the table. If you want to get into the Joker's Jackpot race, we're going to open that up after second round. You must be eliminated from competition completely, not just one entry. You must be out of competition after round 2. And you must have been in competition as well. So you must have been in the race and been completely eliminated. We'll do Joker's Jackpot signups up here in the tower after round 2. We will call you to the tower. Round 1 of the Joker's Jackpot will run after round 3 of the main event. And that'll be our in-between rounds as we work through and work towards the ladder in the final rounds in the main event. So it's $60 to enter, $500 to win, $250 runner-up. First 16 on each side, electronics and electronics can get in. We'll call you up for signups at the conclusion of round number 2.
First pair in electronics red. Don Sefton left lane, $448 for the drag strat of Bremerton. Tyler Myrup. Drag strat of Sandy, Oregon, now $471. Tyler Meyer goes for red. Don Sefton, 12 and 1 above 2. 24 total, 155 gets the win. Tyler, right lane, 4 red and 469 at 146. Next pair of dragsters, Tommy Drake, left lane, 480 dial. For the driver at Emmett, Idaho, right lane, Brian Haug, Junction City, Oregon. Cascade Trailer sponsored car, dial 447. Non-electronics, Joker's race, if you want to get into it, non-electronics. because you're done. Again, you have to be out of competition for the day. We're taking those sign-ups in the tower. Non-electronics. Joker's jackpot race. You buy in now in the tower. Separated by 8. It is left lane, Tommy Drake, 009 and 481 on the 480 getting the win. Right lane, Dylan was 17, took 12 at the stripe to go under by 8. 446 with a 4 on a 447. Again, non-electronics, Joker. The Joker race, non-electronics. You can buy into that now in the tower. Again, you have to be completely out of competition. Non-electronics Joker race. We are open in the tower for non-electronics. Ken Swale, left lane. 589 dial for the Capri against Cooper Chun, and the dragster dial 498. Separated by 13. It is Ken Swale, 007, and 590 with a 0 on to 589. Good by 0.03 of a second over Cooper Chun. Cooper was 20 and dead 0 at 135. Wally Cronin, left lane. The dart dialed 640 against Giovanni Klecki, right lane, and the dragster dialed 483. Giovanni, 003 red. Wally Cronin gonna get the win. 002 and 7 under. 633 on the 640. At 107 miles an hour. Again, Giovanni, 3 red and 481 on the 483. Eric Dodge, left lane. The Nova dialed 531 against Henry Roberson from North Highlands, California. Part of the group came up from the San Francisco area, dialed 645. Separates him on this end. Finish line. It is left lane. Eric Dodge. 8 dead, 7, 15 total, getting the win over Henry Roberson. Henry was 23 and 647 on the 645. Tom DiBartolo, left lane. The dragster down 461 against Enoch Carter and his El Camino down 618. Separates him on this end. Finish line. It is Tom DiBartolo. 463 on the 461 getting the win. Right lane. Got there first by 45. Broke out by 5. Enoch Carter 611 with a 5 on the 612. Ty Gainer, left lane. Dialed 490 for his dragster against Sandy Nero. And her dragster dialed 465. Not sure what happened there. Left lane. Ty Gaynor 11 and 493 on the 490 gets the win. Right lane for Sandy Nero. Dead late and 467 on the 465. Danny Warnier left lane and beautiful red Nova out 492 against Julie Adams. GMC truck out 638. It is Danny Warnier in the Nova, 494 on the 492, 142 getting the win. Right lane got there first by 20, broke out by 5, 637 with a 5 on the 638. Andy Morris left lane, 476 dial for the dragster against Nick Carr in his Roadster. Out of Salem down 588. Dragster trying to get there, gets the win, left lane. 36, dead 8, getting the win. Nick Carr got there first by 43, broke out by 6, 587 with a 4 on the 588. Kurt Gross left lane. The dragster down 484 against Kevin Hansen. And the Rambler Daytona down 559. Separated by 9. Finish line. It's Kurt Gross, 8, dead 8. 16 total getting the win at 144. Right lane got there first. Broke out 558 with a 4 on the 559. Robert Butler, 66 Chevelle left lane down 622 against Michael Householder in the Monza down 649. Robert Butler gets the win by red light. He's 003 and 620 with a 6 on his 622 dial at 110. Right lane for Michael Householder, 31 red and dead on with a 0 at 106. Again, non-electronics blue round number 3. You should be in the lanes. Mike Nicholson, dragster left lane down 524 against Rod Wilkie, the 23T. Out of Vancouver down 531. Red light, left lane for Mike Nicholson, Rod Wilkie gets the win, 41 dead 0 at 128. Left lane again, red and dead on with an 8. 524 with an 8 on the 524. Stephanie Nass, left lane, last year's winner. 5 flat is her dial in. Kevin Shear, right lane. S10 truck out of Belfair down 617. And Kevin Shearer goes 9 red. Stephanie still in at 20. And 499 with a 3 on the 5 flat dial at 139. Kevin Shearer getting 9 red. And 620 on the 617. Logan Scribner, left lane. Dragster out of Sherwood, Oregon, out 480 against Dustin Henches. The dragster in the right lane out of Olympia, out 470. Logan Scribner goes 5 red. Dustin Henches 20 and 468 on the 470 gets the win. Logan left lane 5 red and 481 on the 480. Chad Wahlberg left lane, the 67 Mustang down 610 against Kevin Huffington. In the right lane, the 70 Nova down 687. Non-electronics Joker's Jackpot. If you want to get into the Joker's Jackpot, it's available in the tower. Non-electronics Joker's Jackpot. We are on the second floor of the tower. Got a little warm outside, so we are on the second floor. If you want to get in, non-electronics Joker's Jackpot available in the tower. Kevin Huffington, the winner by red light, 26 on the tree and 692 on the 687. Left lane, not sure what happened there, was way red. Dustin Schroeder left lane. The 56 Chevrolet down 573 against Chase Learcamp, tower side, down 458. Again, Joker's Jackpot, non-electronics. You want to get into it, it's available in the timing tower. Rated by 2 thousandths on the starting line. It is left lane, 12 dead 6. 18 total getting the win for Dustin Schroeder, right lane. For Chase, got there first by 12, broke out by 8. Jeremy Weaver, left lane, out of Puyallup down 449. I guess Dustin Wirtz, the Corvette Roadster, down to 514. It is Dustin Wirtz 15 and 15 above. 30 total getting the win. Left lane for Jeremy Weaver. Off pace, 468 on the 449.
So as we work through a test lane, I don't know how many cars we got here. Got a motorcycle with a wild looking tail section on it. Joker's jackpots are open for all classes, for electronics and non-electronics. You must be completely eliminated from competition to enter, and you must have been entered in competition. But if you are completely eliminated, you can enter the Joker's jackpot up here in the tower with Gwen right now. And the first round of the Joker's jackpot race will run after round 3 of the main event. So you got a little bit of time here, but once we get cooking in round 3, then we're going to start calling you to your lanes. So electronics and non-electronics are open up here in the tower. The first 16, it's a 16-car shootout. It's a $60 buy-in, $500 to win, $250 to runner-up. And entries for that race are open now up in the tower for both classes. We've also still got some shirts and hats left up here. The shirts have been going real fast, so if you want to get an event shirt, make sure you get up here and grab one. Second door on the right as you get up in the tower. $20 for a shirt, $20 for a hat, and every piece of apparel you buy gets you an entry into a $500 drawing for $500 worth of services from Shop Strange Screen Printing and Embroidery. So we've got those up in the tower. Really nice, lightweight shirts. We got top-of-the-line shirts this year. The hats are really nice too. We've got those up in the tower, second door on the right for $20. You also get yourself into a drawing. Once again, Joker's jackpot for both classes is open up in the tower. $60 buy-in, $500 to win, $250 to runner up. It's a 16-car shootout, so the first 16 of you that get up here to get signed up, you're in the Joker's jackpot second chance race. Cameraman taking a break, so we've got 4 screens up on the live stream right now. Loving this live stream, sponsored by Kid Performance and Dyno and Sean Clark and Associates, here on Saturday at the second annual Summer Showdown, presented by Dave Barcelone's Trucktown. Electronics entries are going fast for the Joker's jackpot. There's 6 left, 6 entries left for the Joker's jackpot up here in the tower on the electronic side. Non-electronics is half full. Got 8 more spots open up for the Joker's jackpot. $60, $500 to win, $250 to runner up. Come see us up in the tower. 6 spots left in electronics and the non-electronics is half full. Electronics blue to lanes 4 and 5, please. Electronics blue to lanes 4 and 5 as we get round 3 underway. It's Steve Kelly, dialed 621 in the Chevy Camaro. And Shelby Wiltie in the Love Truck, 692. Wheels up for Steve Kelly. He's got a little bit of work to do, and he finds a way to get it done. 33, take 30 to be 3 above. Shelby had him on the tree, 19. But ends up running 7 flat on the 92, no good. So Steve Kelly moving on to round 4. Hayden Amborn, 656. They call him the Wheelman in the 1950 Chevy truck. And Chris Arnett here in round 3, down 665 in the Chevelle. And Chris Arnett clicks it 4th thou red to turn on the win light for Hayden Amborn. Hayden was 13 on the tree, runs it out to be 655 on the 656. Tough. 46.